unfortunately for the Paarl Rocks, unable to continue with some good form there, and just edging that one to second slip.
Yeah, we had load shedding here at Six Gun Grill Newlands this morning until 10 o'clock. So the screen went off just as Janeman Milan went out. So maybe that was a good thing that he didn't see his score up on the scoreboard there. But this is relentless from this seam attack here.
And as David says, it has been relentless. They have bowled in the channels. The coach could not have asked for anything better from his charges on fields, as it's Nandre Burger once again away from us at the Weinberg end. And he's oh my goodness, he's bowling to Michael Copeland. That was a good leave, actually, from the young man. Left it on length and more than left it on line. Over the top of middle and off it went, and there is no addition to the score. It is still on the overnight score, David. We came into the ground this morning with the Gbets Rocks on 12 for the loss of 1 wicket. At the moment, they are 12 for 3, with Manak and Milan back in the pavilion at the dressing room, which is probably only about 15 meters to the right of us here from our commentary position.
Nandre Burger has really got nice shape throughout the entire match. He's been on the money. Interesting that they opened with Dane Patterson this morning and not Bjorn Hendricks, but he's done the job. Kyle Verreynne knows what he's doing, and I've been very impressed with his captaincy throughout. Obviously, moving the game forward in their batting innings, but being continuing attacking throughout the game. And when you have a team down, you need to take them down.
You do need
and make a statement. I think the Western Province team have needed to make a statement here, and they're doing just that. And they're on track for a massive victory over their Western Cape rivals, the Gbets Rocks.
Now, this is going to be a very good haul of points for the Six Gun Grill Western Province. Played out into the covers by Copeland. He'll take a single, and that will, I think, move him on to 2, is it? He just got off the mark. Sorry, that was the one extra. He's off the mark, and the Rocks move on to 13 for the loss of 3, and that effectively, if you have not been listening over the last day or so, effectively 13 for 4, with Ismail Khafildian, the opening batter, hit on the hand yesterday by Bjorn Hendricks, has broken or fractured a finger and will be taking no further part in this particular match. Nandre Burger away from us. 3 balls left in this over. It's popped in the lead. That's going to be a boundary to get him off the mark. Clyde Fortuyn just leaning on that one very nicely, and it goes down in front of the secondary scoreboard, which is under the Oaks. I think probably one of David Brooks' most favourite places in the entire world.
Yeah, absolutely. Under the Oaks, there's not many more special places than that to watch cricket in the world. You can give me Lords, you can give me the Oval, you can give me the MCG. I'm quite happy to be under the Oaks here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, the best place to watch cricket. Nandre Burger comes in, he's been getting some prodigious swing this morning. Just tries the short delivery just to make sure that Clyde Fortuyn is awake. I think, James, it's an opportunity here for the likes of Michael Copeland and Clyde Fortuyn to bat long, to show that they can bat long in the longer format of the game. This is where you learn your game. Michael Copeland's still learning his game, and it's good to see him getting a run in the 4-day side as well for the Rocks. But it's an opportunity for him to really stamp his authority.
Absolutely. I mean, there are 2 days left in this game. 17 for 3 is the score. The deficit still 338. The Gbets Rocks are staring a huge innings defeat in the face at the moment. But if they can survive this early barrage, as that one from Nandre Burger, another example of the barrage, and speaking to the groundsman this morning, really complimenting him on the carry in the wicket, and it really has been a very good cricket wicket. There's runs in it if you are prepared to make sure that you apply yourself. There's also something in it for the fast bowlers, and Dane Patterson showing that this morning. Nandre Burger, Bjorn Hendricks and Tsepo Moreki, the pace quartet of Western Province, the Six Gun Grill Western Province team, have shown exactly that. And it would be this pitch is the kind of pitch that Rory Kleinfeldt and Vernon Philander would have loved to bowl on, I'm sure.
Oof. I spoke to Rory and he would have loved to bowl on this. That's a nice shot there from Copeland. I'm just looking at the next fixtures in the CSA 4-day series. Six Gun Grill Western Province have another home game next week against the iTech Knights. So if they can pull off a victory here, and they can pull off another home victory, it will be an excellent start for the campaign for them in the first 3 rounds of matches before the new year. That they only resume in February after next week. So if they can get a win here and a good result next week, they'll be in prime position to push for the title. From a Rocks point of view, they head to Durban next week to play the Dolphins. That finds the edge. Daniel Smith, and he is on the money.
On the money there.
Just making sure, and you can see that this Western Province side is wide awake and at it this morning. Yeah. Daniel Smith, almost the run out there of Michael Copeland. He needs to be on it. Carl Verena just giving him the thumbs up there to, well done. Those are the kind of things that you need to be cognizant of.
You do, and also a good lesson if you're a batter, somebody who's young, getting into the game, is you might well have played that down like Michael Copeland did into the 4th Slip region. You cannot then go to sleep. You have to be aware of where you are. That's a huge appeal again, but I think that's too high.
Yeah, it did look
just
too high.
Looking at it from here, from behind, and umpire Sean George unmoved as he indicates to his fellow umpire 3 balls left in the over. Dane Patterson's figures so far in this particular second innings, 4.3 overs, 2 for 2. That is absolutely incredible bowling from the Western Province paceman. Of course, representing Notts in the county championship and has played for South Africa. Another one just short of Eddie Moore at second slip. Avio Ngajima is after. It's not going to get to the boundary. They only take the single. And again, that one just bouncing short of the second slip. Bjorn Hendricks is there practicing his dive. In front, you didn't quite see that in your picture, but something going on there. There is just a lot of chatter out there with the Six Gun Grill Western Province team at the moment. Captain Carl Verena marshalling his troops this morning. They looked very relaxed, didn't they?
They moved. Looks like the slips have moved a little one step forward as well.
I think so.
Dane Patterson is not not as quick as a Bjorn Hendricks or as and not as bouncy as a Nandre Berger, but he does get that seam.
Yeah.
So the slips do need to come a little bit forward, as you can see.
They have certainly come up probably a yard in old parlance, as that one is not going to bother the batter. David, noticeable this morning, and you and I were on the hallowed turf out there, and just looking at the team warming up, the Six Gun Grill Western Province warming up this morning, a bit of a game of football and stretches, some slip catching practice, and the vibe very good amongst the team. Obviously, if you're winning a game, which they could see in this instance, they certainly are in the ascendancy. We'll talk a bit more after this delivery.
Yeah, I think winning does being in a positive position does help that, but the culture of the side is very player driven in this Western Province side. Coach Salek Nakadin is not one of those coaches that manages the team from upwards down. He allows the players the freedom. He's got a group of senior players: Carl Verena, Tony De Zorzi, Bjorn Hendricks, Dane Patterson, Seppo Moreki, a group of senior players that really not run the show, but they take control when they need to. They don't necessarily look to the coach for ultimate decision making. They take it. They ultimately have to do the job on the field. That's the reality, and they take a responsibility, which I think is great, and not only for Western Province cricket. I think that's good for South African cricket.
Absolutely right.
Too often we look to the coach to make the decisions, but ultimately that's an excellent shot there. But that's a very good fielding. Is that Yasin Valley there?
Yes, indeed, Yasin Valley. A
live wire in the field.
Absolutely right. He's
one of the best around. He's doing the job, and I think that's key as well. You might be in a strong position, but you never must drop your standards.
No.
And you never know. One boundary can lead to some frustrating times, and you've got to keep it tight and keep that pressure on, because when you field like that, the batter can't get off. I mean, Michael Copeland's 2 from 29 deliveries,
Yeah.
and the pressure is on, as Tony De Zorzi is in at short leg.
Yes, so we will run through that field for you, and it's a very attacking field, as one would expect. The deficit still to make 6 Gangrel Western Province bat again for the Gbets Rocks is 337, 557 against the score of 202 that the Gbets Rocks got in the first innings, and that has put them right on the back foot. Oh, that one a little bit high, not quite 1 so far for the over. And just looking at the position as it was at the end of play last night, here it was 12 for the loss of 1, with Burger taking the wicket of Steon van Zyl. Bjorn Hendricks bowled 3 overs for 2 runs, 1 maiden. Dane Patterson 2 overs for 2. Dane Patterson this morning has bowled another 3 overs, taken 2 wickets, and only conceded 1 more run. He's been on fire this morning.
Stanley Burger comes in, yeah. James, if you look at the way that this game has panned out from a Western Province point of view, if you ask the captain, Carl Verheyen, at the end of the match, everything has gone according to plan.
It has.
You know, when they batted, maybe the only thing they can say was we didn't really want to expose George Linda on the first day in the evening, but it worked out quite well. It worked out absolutely fine. Then they bowled the Rocks out before the end of play yesterday.
Yeah.
To be able to get, maybe it was, 30 minutes at them?
Yeah,
at the end of play.
30 minutes, yes.
Get the 1 wicket, the big one of Steon van Zyl, and this morning, a couple of wickets early doors. So it has, from a cricketing point of view, you don't often get those kind of matches, but
No, you don't.
you take them when they come. Everything has gone according to plan.
And in that first innings for the Gbets Rocks, they only faced 57 overs. So the pacemen of Western Province, Burger 14 overs, 1 for 46. Hendricks 13 overs, 2 for 29 in 13, with 5 maidens. All those 5 maidens coming up in his first spell when he bowled 7 overs and had 5 maidens. Another great delivery there, and good play here by Copeland on strike, just leaving on length once again. He has been there a long time, as you say, David, but he's setting his stall, isn't he, to bat long if he can. 2 of 34 deliveries now, I think that is for him. And 13 overs are gone. Score is 18 for the loss of 3. So just to give you some of the indication of the scorecard yesterday, it just in terms of the bowling figure, Tsepo Mareki 3 for 58 in 11. I had a bit of a chat to him this morning on the field, and I think he does have a very broad smile, but chatting to him about that delivery to Janeman Milan and the yesterday,
he
and
enjoyed that one.
That smile was very, very wise, one that he won't forget for quite a while. Patterson took 3 wickets in this first innings. He's in again. He's got 2 in the second already, and he's looking for more.
Yeah, I think when you're a bowler, you want to take, when your captain hands you that ball, you want to take the big wickets.
You do.
And if you become that go-to guy, that's where you want to be as a fast bowler. And Tsepo Mareki has done that. He's taken the control, and that delivery to Janeman will live long in the memories for him and for his teammates. And that was a key wicket last night.
Was indeed, and set it up for the team to be able to bowl the Gbets Rocks out as that one goes over the top of off stump.
If you look where Carl Verheyen has taken that, he's on the 2 pitches down. That's how much it swung after it almost hit the off stump of Clyde Fontaine. But Dane Patterson is getting some beautiful swing here as we look at, I think, that Tsepo Mareki warming up there. We might see him, Pato's bowled. This will be his 5th over of the morning. Fourth over
of the morning, yeah. So short spells one feels this morning. That's not with the match situation as it is. 18 for 3 in the 14th over, and Fontaine it is there. Just
a little bit of a breeze coming up here. A little bit of a breeze coming up here at Newlands. I'm just looking to my right there. I see Ismail Khafieldin. He's in a sling there. And we wish him well. I don't think he'll be ready for the next match, the Rocks match. You might see a Ruan to Blanche come in from a batter point of view. A good young batter.
Yeah, Ruan to Blanche.
He could get an opportunity there.
As we are into the 14th over, midway through the 14th over, probably the last one of this spell from Dane Patterson from the Kelvin Grove end towards us.
That's uppish there. It almost carried to Tony DeZorzi. If he was at a short cover, that would have been eaten up by DeZorzi, but he is a little bit back.
And there's no harm, one would think, David, you're mentioning about the short cover. Perhaps there is a slight trick being missed here by Kyle Verreynne. He's got a lead of 336 that the Gbets Rocks have to score to get Western Province to bat again.
Yeah.
And
he's got a lot of runs to play with.
All-out attack, couldn't he? He could be putting guys around the bat. If they score boundaries, it's not going to make any difference. Certainly not from a bonus point of view. Has he got him?
He's got him.
Has he got him?
Daniel Smith.
He has indeed.
Daniel
Smith.
Smith.
It looks like it. What's the soft signal there from the umpire? We are going to have a consultation between Adrian Holdstock and Sean George. Are they going to go with the fielding team or are they going to go with the batting team? Michael Copeland, as is his prerogative, he's standing.
Yeah, he's standing his ground fair due. But the umpires
have given him out, and they have given him out. It carried a great catch there by Daniel Smith, low down, and Copeland has to go. The vigil has ended for him. He scored of 35 deliveries, and he's been there a long time, not able to really get going at all in this innings. Survived a tricky period last night, and then this morning he had just been trying to survive and not able to do that. He's back on his way to the pavilion, and the fourth wicket falls. So it's a 2 of 36 deliveries, 34 dot balls, as you would expect, only 2 singles, and is the fourth wicket down, effectively the fifth wicket down for the Gbets Rocks. And Dane Patterson he's bowled incredibly well this morning. It's the third wicket, backed up by some fantastic catching in the slips, it must be said.
James, I don't think you need anybody on the leg side. He does have Mo Valley there and on the mid and at short mid wicket, and Nandre Berger at short fine leg, but he hasn't bowled one delivery on the leg side. I think this morning. So you can put. I like the idea of bringing a Tony DeZorzi up a little bit. He could be in business there. Khlomla Hanabe makes his way to the crease. I think he is quite an attacking batter. I saw him in a couple of warm-up matches that we had last season, 2 seasons ago, in the Cape Cobra setup. But
he's on a pair here in Khlomla Hanabe, and it's Patterson in towards us now, and that one just
I can tell you
eased
now
away, very well fielded by George Linder, diving to his left. And this Western Province team are so G'd up at the moment. 3 wickets have gone down this morning so far in 7 overs of play. We've had a 4-over spell from Dane Patterson, which has been absolutely dynamite, hasn't it? It's been sublime. He's been bowling. There hasn't been a single delivery down the leg side. They've all been in the channel, on or outside off stump. He's got 3 wickets, an LBW of Imran Manak. He's then got Yanaman Malan caught before a duck at second slip. Great catch by Eddie Moore diving forward. And in his last over, he's taken the wicket of was Michael Copeland, who was caught brilliantly by Daniel Smith diving forward. Those wicket-keeper hands without the gloves on going forward from a wideish fourth slip. And it's all 6-gun grill at Western Province this morning. They've come out with their sharpshooters.
Absolutely.
And they've made it happen.
I think that's what you need to do. If you've got a team down, I mentioned earlier, you've got to take them down. And that's what title-winning teams do.
Absolutely.
And there's no respite here for the Rocks as Buren Hendricks marks his run-up from the Weinberg end. He has bowled brilliantly throughout this entire match, throughout the entire campaign so far. The previous matches against the Titans took 3 wickets there as he comes in to Clyde Fontaine.
Oh.
A little bit down the leg side first up as he just bowls a little loosener.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
But still very, very good carry from this side. And we saw that with Nandre Berger as well. The short of a length delivery, if you're bowling from the Weinberg end, if you're bowling on that short of a length, it's getting a nice amount of lift through to the keeper. Slips certainly standing quite a bit further back for Buren Hendricks than they are on this end for Dane Patterson, as it's Buren Hendricks away from us again.
If you Carl Verena, do you give Dane Patterson another over, or do you bring Tsepo Moreki on from the Kelvin Grove end?
Well, I think Dane's going to get another over because he's down that fine leg, and one would feel that if Tsepo was going to bowl, Tsepo's at mid-wicket, that Tsepo Moreki would be down at that fine leg position warming up. He's not. He has done some limbering up, but I don't see him limbering up between or in this over at the moment. So, David, I think Dane's probably said, come on, Skip, give
One
me a
more
chance.
over.
Yeah.
I tend to agree with that as well. Buren Hendricks comes in. That's well left from Clyde Fontaine. Yeah, I think Dane Patterson, you're not going to get the ball out of his hand. He's sniffing a fifer here. He's got 3 wickets in his 6 overs, 3 wickets for just 4 runs. This is Dane Patterson at his finest. He's back at his home ground. He's back where he belongs, and he's doing the job for his team.
3 wickets for 2 runs this morning as Dane Patterson, and 3 huge wickets in the context of the game. Probably the biggest of those, Yanaman Malan, and that slip catching practice this morning that we saw certainly paid off as well for the 6th Granville Western Province, as Dazorzi does the fielding out of your picture at mid-off. The field is understandably attacking. 3 slips, a 4th slip there, not necessarily a gully, a backward point, a man at mid-off, and there are 3 men on the leg side, which that's understandable for Hendricks bowling over the wicket, left armour over the wicket to the right-hander, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. And it's just got a little bit cooler,
Yeah, it does.
Cloud around, as we said, overnight or early morning rain here, but it's looking a picture. Oh.
Tsepo Moreki is there for that fuller delivery, maybe on leg stump, that Clyde Fontaine goes for it. And if he keeps it, gives it any air, that Tsepo Moreki will be there to snap that up. Good to see that you've got runs on the board and you're attacking. Thank you to everyone who's out here at the moment. They've checked the scoreboard. They said, we're not here for a long time. We're here for a good time. They want to see wickets, and that's exactly what they've seen so far this morning. They've come in early, and they've seen 3 wickets fall so far this morning. The score 19 for 4 as we reach the end of the 15th over.
Oh! Jeez.
Buren Hendricks has found the inside edge.
It has a thick one as well, and Carl Verena just can't get his fingertips to that. It's gone down to the straight boundary there behind the wicket-keeper for 4. That could so easily have been another wicket in his first over for Buren Hendricks. That was a really, really good delivery. They'd been going away from the right-hander, David, and that one came in, didn't it?
If you look at where Carl Verena was standing, he was standing outside, almost at the end of the pitch, and Buren Hendricks'
Offside,
natural line is cutting across the batter. If he was standing kind of like in the middle, you would have probably been able to take that catch, but that was an excellent delivery from Dane Patterson. We're just looking at the ground staff here.
Maybe a bit of drizzle falling here.
Oh, but are they looking for the ball? Okay.
Oh,
No, they're not getting the covers ready. They're looking for the ball that went down there, James. Panic station's over.
Yeah,
Panic station's over.
Just difficult for us to see. We are situated in the South Pavilion, so if you are aware of the geography of 6 Granville Newlands, then we are happy to tell you they have found the ball under the covers. And we're hoping that is the actual correct match ball. The umpire's going to have a look at it and see. And if he's happy with it, it might have got a little bit wet perhaps under those covers. Umpire Sean George is happy, tosses it to Dane Patterson. Always nice, I think, as an umpire. I always like to get my hand on the ball early in the day and just have a look at it from time to time. And was the end of the over from Hendricks. It's Patterson in again to Hanabe. Oh, what a great delivery that is!
What is he appealing for? Is he appealing for caught behind?
Caught behind, I think. Caught behind LBW, who knows?
He's looking at, he's saying height. So I think he did go for LBW decision there because he appealed before. Oh, yeah. Looks like it just hit the top of his pad. No shot offered there.
That's probably why they were going up so heavily. It did look like it was the situation from a pad point of view. Sean George is asking the team, what are you appealing for? Is it caught behind or is it LBW? Irrespective of that, he's not going to give the decision, is he?
No, he's not. And I think Björn Hendricks made a sign like TV umpire, but I think it would have been umpire's call there.
Yeah.
As Dane Patterson, relentless Dane Patterson. Mo Valley's looking like I think you could bring him out a cup of coffee out there and he wouldn't need to drop it to field the ball. Dane Patterson has not bowled one single delivery on the leg side this morning. He knows his role and he does his job diligently and beautifully. A Dane Patterson swinging the ball is one of the better sights to see in first class cricket.
And there will be perhaps a little bit more swing out there this morning, David. A little bit overcast. The wind is blowing, a bit of cloud in the air.
Yeah, it's tough conditions for a batter this morning.
Very difficult.
Especially when you've exposed your middle order early doors on in the 16th over. The ball is still relatively new. And a bowling lineup with their tails up. Dane Patterson loves his golf, so maybe he's got a 4 o'clock tee off
he might roll
Durbanville side of town.
There's a lot of very nice golf courses in the area here in Cape Town. Many of those are championship courses, so those of you that are golf lovers, like we know the England cricket team are. Oh my word, beats him again outside the off stump, and Patterson has got, I think, one delivery left in this over, which will be the 5th of the spell that he's had this morning. And what a spell it has been. If you can think of a magic spell, he has certainly cast a spell on the batters this morning. Yeah,
it's been brilliant to watch from Dane Patterson. He loves this. He loves this. Yeah. This is exactly why he's come back to Western Province. Dane Patterson, give that guy the red ball in his hand and he can bowl 30 overs a day for you. As he comes in again to Khomla Hanabe. And there's Mo Valley.
Yeah, he finally
Mo Valley's in the game. In the game at mid wicket there. He would have had to. He had enough time to put down his coffee there before the ball came to him, but he wouldn't have had to spill his coffee if we brought him out one there at mid wicket. But at least he's got his hands on the ball.
He has indeed. Second time that I think we've mentioned his name only this morning. Normally is scampering around in the outfield if the team that is batting is making the runs, often posted out on the boundary covers or at the mid-wicket square leg area in front of the railway stand is his normal area where he fields. I've seen him out there quite a few times in the 4-day games. As we are going to have a short leg, I think.
Yeah, I think Daniel Smith's getting the helmet behind the wicket keeper. So he's getting maybe not a short leg, but a short...
Oh, like a short gully, maybe.
Short gully.
Yeah, he's coming a little bit shorter at gully. I would think it would be good to have a man in catching on that offside as well. Runs are really not at a premium here.
I'm not sure. I've seen a man in a helmet here at fourth slip, but maybe it's in preparation for the next over.
Maybe, yeah. All out attack, one will feel. Dane Patterson going back now to his mark. Captain is going over to chat to him. I think that might be him done for the moment. 5 overs in that spell, and he's taken 3 wickets for just conceding 2 runs, David. That has been, what a spell. I mean, we spoke about Björn Hendricks' spell from yesterday when he bowled 7 overs in his opening spell, 5 maidens, and conceded only 5 runs. This morning we've seen Dane Patterson 5 overs, 3 maidens, and taken 3 wickets for 2 runs. Ripped out the heart of the top order of the Gbets Rocks batting.
Yeah, Rory Kleinveld, the bowling coach and assistant coach at Western Province, will be a very happy man today for this whole match. His men have done the job.
Oh, good delivery from Hendricks there again. That one angling in to Fortuin and played out to Mareki, who is at mid-wicket. We have got 4 slips, a slightly backward point, actually more of a conventional point. Man at a shortish mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. That is the successful bowler, Dane Patterson, who is down there at long leg, just getting a refreshment from 12th man, Michlali Mpongwana.
Yeah, it's good to see Popo's out here today. Picked up a bit of a... Oh, that's... You see, I think Tony DeZorzi needs to come in there, but...
Yeah, I think
Klomla
so.
Nabe is not playing those confidently, and he's raising that... He's hitting the ball in the air a little bit. But good to see Popo's out here today. He picked up a hip injury in fielding in the Titans game last week. Just landed awkwardly. And he just taken a precautionary rest this week. If you look at next week, James, Jono Bird is returning to full match fitness now. Any changes you think that would come in?
I can't really see it necessarily from a six-gun grill Western Province aspect. Certainly not from a bowling lineup point of view. I mean, Carl Simmons probably unlucky to be missing out after his performances last season. I mean, it was really a privilege to be here for your Western Province Cricket Association Awards and for the first team awards, and Carl Simmons winning Player of the Year, Players Player of the Year, made an outstanding contribution in the team last year, not only with the ball but with the bat across the different formats. And
I think as the coach, you've got the likes of George Linder. Oh, that could be out. That could be out. No shot offered there.
A bit high.
Oh, that's dangerous from Clyde Fortuin.
Ow, that hurt as well.
That hurt. That hurt. You can see he's limbering up there, but Bjorn Hendricks maybe just a bit of height there. Too high. No shot offered. Very dangerous from Clyde Fortuin.
Just a bit high.
Oof. But you just hope that when you leave it like that it doesn't hit you where it really hurts.
Yeah.
But he's very lucky where that one landed. But the only change that personally I can see, I mean, Carl Simmons last season benefited a lot from George Linder being away most of the time, either on international duty. But he took his opportunities and he was player of the season last season. He had an incredible season. Tough for him to get into the side currently. George Linder's obviously got 70 runs this match. Maybe Jono Bird comes in for the likes of Daniel Smith in a rotational switch, just to give Jono Bird some time this season. He missed out on the T20 challenge. He might come in for the next game. I don't think it's worth risking Michlali Mpongwana for the next game. I can't see him coming back for that. And to be honest, there's 4 frontline seamers here with George Linder as well. So that...
I think, yes, David, I think a very good delivery again from Hendricks. He's been on the money, hasn't he? I mean, that one that caught Clyde Fortuin was coming back into the right-hander. He's got that shape in and away, Bjorn Hendricks. Really has looked outstanding in this spell so far. He's bowled so far 2 overs, and he just conceded that boundary, which was off that inside edge that Clyde Fortuin was very nearly caught behind. The Seppo Mareki is going to be coming in from the Kelvin Grove end, replacing Dane Patterson. So yes, I think, especially as you mentioned, David, we're going to see, one would think that Kai Verena, I'm not sure what the national setup is going to be in February, but most certainly, in fact, he will be playing playing January in the CSA, or the SA20 is happening in February, so he'll be playing in the SA20 in February. It will mean that for the other first class matches, Daniel Smith will most likely be coming in as wicketkeeper batsman.
Yeah, I think also with the West Indies coming here for a full tour in February, March, I think Daniel Smith will get opportunities then. He knows that, I mean, he's still young, he's still learning his game, he knows that he's there as backup wicketkeeper to Carl Verona in the side. But there's opportunity. I mean, he's playing here today, this match, purely as a batter, which I think stands him in good stead instead of sitting on the sidelines.
Yes.
But he's learning and he's developing. I think I've seen him grow from a maturity point of view in the setup and the confidence, and he speaks within team meetings, etc. So I think that's really good. And we do give young cricketers opportunities here.
Yeah, John O'Bird then in for Daniel Smith potentially. You heard it first here on the CSA YouTube channel, and David Brooke giving us his insights. He's been with this team for quite some time and seen the development of these youngsters. Daniel Smith, 21 years old, if my memory serves me correctly. We were chatting a bit about that yesterday. And John O'Bird, similar age. David,
similar
maybe,
22 I think he is now. I don't know about you, James, but I wasn't playing first class cricket at 21.
No, definitely not. I wasn't either.
So we sometimes forget how young these guys actually are, as Daniel Smith does the fielding there. And I definitely wasn't diving around like Daniel Smith was diving around there at 21 years old. Tsepo Moreki just picking up where Dane Patterson left off on the money. He's got a very similar feel to Dane Patterson. Carl Verona hasn't given him any protection on the leg side really, outside of same field that was for Pato. Mo Valley at mid-wicket, Dane Patterson is at mid-on, but he's got a very kind of offside field. I think he's got a fine leg. He's got a fine leg.
Mid-wicket, mid-on. He's 6'3", offside leg side field. Hanabe yet to get off the mark. He's been routed to this side of the pitch here at Six Gun Grill Newlands.
I tell you, the physio of the Rocks this weekend has been a busy man.
Those fingers have taken a pounding. Another one with fingers are hurting there on the gloves, and that's the bounce that the Six Gun Grill Western Province players, bowlers have been able to get significantly more than Aishul Kluter and Kwesi Gumede were able to get for the Rocks. And you have to feel for those two, as well as Hardus Fillion, as it's Mareki. Oh my goodness, he's off the mark with a slice.
A good old
down
Chinese cut.
That, yes, I believe we're not allowed to call it that anymore, but anyway.
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't know if we
Sorry.
are. No, it's all right.
that.
It's all right. But yes, that would have been certainly in. It is sliced down to the man at fine leg, and Clyde Fontaine will be down this end for the first time for quite some time. He has now faced how many deliveries for Clyde? He's faced 21 deliveries for his 9. Flomla Hanabe just getting off the mark with his 12th delivery. He has looked uncomfortable, perhaps a kind word.
I think, I do feel for the Rocks. The loss of Peter Milan was a massive blow to them. That's not a fitness thing. He got injured in the T20 challenge. Peter Milan in any side just provides such solidity up front. That's why Middlesex in the county game have signed him for the season ahead. He played for them last season, had a good 50 over and 4-day campaign, county championship campaign with them, and he's earned himself another contract there. But you lose a player of Peter Milan's ability up front, and you've got Stian van Zyl, who yes, they experimented with him a few years ago in the Protea setup as an opener, but not necessarily naturally an opener. But you still, at the end of the day, from a Rocks point of view, you do have the likes of Christian Jonker, who does play white ball cricket predominantly, but you can bring him in. He is experienced. You've got a very inexperienced middle order there.
You do, most certainly. I mean, if you look at Fontaine just holding the middle order together, but Hanabe and Copeland both very, very, very inexperienced youngsters, and Hanabe just feeling for that one outside the off stump, and one feels that Björn Hendricks, looking at this at the moment, is thinking, okay, I've got a chance of getting a stick here, most definitely. He has not yet picked one up in this innings, the 4 wickets to fall so far. Last night, Nandre Berger perhaps taking the big wicket in terms of the ability of the Rocks to withstand this attack. Stian van Sal, who got caught behind at first slip by Aviwa Ngujima. Oh my goodness, that's straight through Hanabe again. He will not have faced bowling like this, of the quality of this attack, very often in his career, one feels. Flomla Hanabe, and he is...
Yeah, he likes Klomla Hanabe. If he gets one on his pads, he's going to look at this mid-on boundary for a boundary option there. If Bjorn Hendricks does stray a little bit full on the leg stump, he will look to play attacking shots. He's not going to bat for 2 days straight and just defend.
No. And that is certainly not something that is going to happen. Oh my goodness.
Bjorn Hendricks just peppering those pads there. A little bit too high.
He's been bringing it in. He's bowled 3 balls in this over. Every single one of those, to my recollection, have been coming into the right-hander. I would not be surprised if he bowls one now that's going to go away from the right-hander.
Yeah, James, Bjorn has got all the experience in the world, but if you're around the country and you are looking at this Western Province bowling lineup, it's a fearsome bowling lineup.
It is.
And George Linder, I think, has bowled how many overs?
7 overs.
7 overs in the entire match.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to get a sniff, and that one did go straight on with the on well left by the youngster Hanabe, and there's nothing to add to the score there. We'll give you at the end of this over. We can take you through some of the updates from elsewhere, and there is also a women's match going on at the moment, and we will try and get some updates for you on that. The Western Province, six gun grill Western Province women playing up in Kingsmead against the Hollywood Gbets Dolphins, and
we'll get you a score of that in the next couple.
Oh my word! That takes the top of the bat off the shoulder of the bat over the slip cordon and way down to the third man boundary for Hanabe. And he has gone to 5 with that shot, but not confident at all. Hendricks getting that one to move away from the right-hander and could so easily have gone to hand had it just kissed the edge rather than hitting the top of that bat. Hanabe really feeling it this morning here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands.
Yeah, Bjorn, he's been absolutely incredible. You can see he's a little bit frustrated because he knows how well he is bowling, and his wicket take doesn't reflect how much damage he's actually done in this. But this seam attack is hunted in a pack, and it's not about one bowler. They've really hunted in packs here. But I'll just give you an update from the Hollywood Gbets Dolphins women versus our 6 Gun Grill Western Province women from Durban. The Dolphins are batting first, and they are 40 for 4 in the 19th over, the 50 over match. Leo Jones with 1 wicket for 12 runs. Nozipho Vezi 2 wickets as well for 7 runs, and Delmi Tucker with 1 wicket for 9 runs. So a good start there so far for the Western Province ladies up in Durban. We wish them good luck. They're there. The T20 match will take place at the same venue in Durban tomorrow. If you're in Durban, head out there to support them. Sepa Moreki gets a little bit of late swing there.
He does get a bit of late swing away from Clyde Fortuin. And the match there in Durban between the 2 top teams in the women's
it's a big match there. The Western Province women are unbeaten. Also proudly sponsored by 6 Gun Grill. They are... Claire de Blanche has done a good job there. Leo Jones, the young captain, a very strong side. They've had some of their Proteas available to them, which I think has been a massive boost to them.
Good. Yes.
It makes them one of the most experienced sides in the competition, but a good mix of youth and experience in that side.
Good to have Andrew Stain in there. And
Faye Tunnicliffe is there as well.
Faye Tunnicliffe.
Sarah Smith has had
Nadine de Klerk. Sarah Smith has been playing well.
Very much so. I think it's been a very good all-round effort from them, and and I think Nosipo Vezi is also a young talent, a young medium pace bowler. She's done a really good job so far. a couple of debuts as well. You know, Gemma Buerta, she's 15 years old,
Wow.
made her debut.
Incredible.
Caitlin Weingard as well, making a debut. I think she's 16 years old. So there's a lot of young talent coming through the pipeline. That's coming through Cherie Steyn and Claire de Blanche, and really doing a fantastic job there in our ladies cricket here. If you are a young girl watching this stream, please do get in touch with Western Province. If you are interested in playing, they'll direct you to the nearest club to pick up the game. And the ladies cricket, we've got the ICC T20 Women's World Cup coming to our shores in February. It's a massive tournament for the country. Many of the games, I think it's 9 games, including the semi-finals and finals, will be played right here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. So we're looking forward to that as Tsepo Moreki continues. Just giving away the 2 runs so far. And that's good from Moreki. A little bit shorter than maybe a Dane Patterson. He bowled nice and full yesterday as well, Tsepo Moreki. Picked up 3 sticks yesterday. And he'll be looking to continue the pressure on the Rocks batsmen. The score just 29 runs for 4 wickets, so the score hasn't really moved much, and even though they're defending, the score does need to move, but the bowlers giving them absolutely nothing to work with.
First hour this morning, only 17 runs added and 3 wickets that have gone down in the nearly 13 overs that have been bowled. It's another very good delivery to Hanabe from Tsepo Moreki. That right hand, he's bowling well when that right hand goes up. Seems to me like every time he bowls a delivery, expecting a wicket. The young man who is incredibly fit, as are the conditioning of this Six Gun Grill Western Province team. David, very good. Fitness is outstanding. The team, just looking at them on the field this morning, their routines and that really good, and. Having been sort of around now for a couple of seasons, very, very important to see the conditioning work that's going on.
Yeah, very much so. And I think a big part of that was in the off-season, there was a lot of the players were actually here. Many of the players often go to the UK, they go and play club cricket or county cricket, but most of the players were actually here. And I think Dieter Swanepoel has had he's rejoined Western Province, and he had a whole new outlook on the strength and conditioning, looking at the challenges, and really taking each player individually and saying, what does this player need to develop their strength and conditioning. You look at a guy like Mkhlali Mpungwana, who's a lot stronger than he used to be. Tsepo Moreki is a serious athlete, loves his gym work. Even Nandre Burger. Nandre Burger has come back from his injury, and he's looking lean and mean. He lost a little bit of that kind of. I thought he found the edge there. Clyde Fontaine didn't really know whether to go forward to that one or back to that, and it was just an awkward delivery for Clyde Fontaine, and Bjorn Hendricks just been on the money up front. 20 overs have gone.
Goodness, yeah.
That's an incredible delivery. Kyle Verreynne just in the right spot, knows exactly where to stand. Bjorn Hendricks' natural line cuts across him. Clyde Fontaine, you can airplay that shot many times. You're still not going to hit that. That delivery was just too good.
Hendricks away from us, past umpire Holdstock, and that is off the at half of the back past the bowler, and it's Nandre Burger in front of us here, who has picked that up at mid-on. We have 4 slips still, a man at point. We have then only the man here at mid-off, that's Tony DeZorzi, man at mid-on, Nandre Burger. We have Dane Patterson in at mid-wicket, and on the long leg boundary is Tsepo Moreki, who's been bowling from the Kelvin Grove end. But at the moment our attention is all on Bjorn Hendricks as he looks to get his first wicket of the second innings.
Yeah, the sun's come out now here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. Spoke to Brahm earlier on, Brahm Mong, the grounds curator. He said it's going to be one of those days where it's hot, cold, a little bit of cloud cover. But either way, what's going to be consistent is that there's going to be fast bowlers running in at you, relentless fast bowling and swing bowling from the Western Province side.
And the ground here, David, looking impeccable. Real kudos to Brahm Mong and his team here. Brom be able to tell us that there was exactly 1.6 millimeters of rain that
To be
fell.
exact, to be exact.
And that is sort of what you would expect from your groundsman, your head groundsman. The team out this morning, getting that pitch looking absolutely perfect, mowing it, heavy roller on. It's around the wicket now for Hendricks to Fortuin, and he just turns that around the corner to Mareki. They will not get to Tsepo Mareki in quickly off the boundary, which is really appreciated by his teammates. Bjorn Hendricks really wants to have a go at the last two deliveries of this over to Hanabe, who has looked very uncomfortable this morning.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's still continuing around the wicket to Hanabe. I think he's probably better off going over the wicket, but let's see what he's susceptible to those kind of edges and coming around the wicket.
Maybe going to try and straighten it from around the wicket. It is something that he can also do. Oh my word!
I think a bird almost flew into Bjorn Hendricks. If you see it across your TV, it's a little bit awkward there from Bjorn. The bird got out of the way, thankfully. But if we just look at this,
yeah, it looks like he was in. There are quite a few pigeons and doves on the field here, enjoying the seeds, I think, that Brahm and his team have sown, and giving us an idea of the different types of grass that they use here to make sure you have this perfect outfield.
I think credit has to go to the ground staff here at Six Gun Grill Newlands. People don't ever see it, but they are here early doors before the doors even open as we take the first drinks break.
Yep.
The score 30 for 4. 3 wickets have fallen this morning, all to Dane Patterson.
Yeah.
21 overs in. Clyde Fortuin, the not-out batsman, on 11, as well as Kholomla Hanabe, 5 not out. The batsman out this morning, first up was Imran Manak for 6. LBW to Dane Patterson. Then it was Michael Copeland caught at slip from Eddie Moore, took a really good diving catch forward. And then the big wicket of Yaneman Malan, caught by Daniel Smith at Gully.
It was a phenomenal bowling performance from Dane Patterson from the Kelvin Grove end. And we're just going to take a bit of a break for a couple of minutes where the drinks are now on the field. Also just to wet the whistle and just to have a little bit of a chance to have a breather. And we'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands. The match situation here is that the Gbets Rocks in their follow-on innings are 30 for 4, effectively 30 for 5 at the end of 21 overs, and it is going to be Seppo Mareki who's going to continue the attack from the Kelvin Grove end for Six Gun Grill Western Province, just running around some of the scores in the other matches taking place. It is the Warriors against the Dolphins coming from Gqeberha, and at drinks there, the Warriors are currently on the score of 189 for the loss of 4. Good innings there from Matthew Brietzke and Diego Rosier, who is supporting him well with 27, and they lead currently the Dolphins by 70 runs with 6 wickets remaining. A lot depending on those two batters for the Warriors as they look to extend the amount they're in front and maybe put the Dolphins under pressure in that in the final innings. Mareki in towards us now, and a good delivery outside the line of off stump. Verena, the captain, takes behind. A lot of applause there. There's a lot of chatter on the field. Six Gun Grill Western Province will be looking at trying to wrap this up as soon as possible, possibly in or around lunchtime. We're going to keep the pressure on. The bowling has been outstanding this morning, bowling to a plan. 6-3 offside, leg side field, 4 slips, a man at point, a man at mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Mareki towards us now, past umpire Sean George, and just bunted out into the offside by Clyde Fortain, who's the only man in this Gbets Rocks lineup so far to get into double figures. As we have Brent is here next to me, our producer and technician, who's assisting us get some other scores up to help us to see what is happening elsewhere in the country. And we go now to Potchefstroom, where the Northwest Dragons are playing against the DP World Lions, and it is the Lions in their second innings. At the moment, another good delivery there, fielded at backward point by George Linder. The Lions in their second innings are 29 for the loss of 1, leading by 222 runs, having bowled the Dragons out for a first innings total of 169. Senekwani there making 56, and the first knock for the Lions 362, with Vian Mulder making 115 not out, and Seniran Mutasami with 4 for 86. Bjorn Fortain, the destroyer-in-chief in the Dragons' first innings. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery from Seppo Mareki, and he's bowling to his field. He's keeping it outside that off stump, and that is Fortain, who just cannot get bat on ball. Fortunately for him in that instance, he has been out there for quite some time now, has Clyde Fortain, and it is a situation for the Gbets Rocks where they are just trying to battle for survival. So Lions leading by 222 runs with 9 wickets remaining. One would expect a declaration there sometime reasonably towards the middle or end of the day's play, and that is going to be going down to the man here at a long leg. That is Nandre Berger, who's around very, very quickly, and they're only able to take the single. That'll bring Flongla Nabe on strike to Seppo Mareki. 1 ball left in his third over. He'd only gone for the 3 runs. So going to the last match in this 4-day series in the first division, and that is the Momentum Multiply Titans against the ITEC Knights. At first innings of the Titans, 648 they scored. Good running here from Fortuin and Hanabe, and they get another single, 32 for 4 after 22. Just a reminder, if you are joining us now, that Ismail Khafildin, the opener for the Gbets Rocks, is not going to take any further part in this match. He was here, or is here, at the ground today, but has fractured a finger on his left hand after being hit there by Björn Hendricks yesterday. And it is the same Björn Hendricks who will be bowling from the Weinberg end to Hlomla Hanabe. And here we eyeing getting this wicket. Will Hendricks wicketless in this innings so far? Patterson 3 wickets, 7 overs, 3 for 4. Dane's innings are currently 243 all out, and we are between innings there. We shall see a bit later whether that will be a situation where they're going to enforce the follow-on. One would think so, and if we do, once we get that information, we will relay that to you. We also we have been following, or trying to follow, the women's matches, and we'll give you an update on that score as soon as we have it, as David comes back into the commentary box, and we have set that up so we can keep a check on that score for you, with the Hollywood Gbets Dolphins playing against the 6 Gun Grill Western Province women's team in the 50 over match at Kingsmead. Hendricks again. Oh, it's a really poor shot, one must say, from Hanabe there. He didn't need to play that at all, David.
Yeah, he didn't need to play it at all, and Björn Hendricks is telling him exactly that. Cutting a frustrated figure, Björn Hendricks, but he doesn't need to be so hard on himself, James. He's had a phenomenal game.
He has.
He's really led this attack beautifully, and that's exactly what you want from your frontline team if you're the captain.
What David, you were saying earlier on is that it isn't about one bowler's performance. It's, they say wolves hunt in packs, don't they? So if you're looking at this attack, certainly as a bowling unit, they have complemented one another incredibly well.
Yeah, you can't really just see out one bowler and take advantage of another bowler from the other end. It's been relentless from both ends, whether it's been Dane Patterson, Seppo Moreki, Nandre Berger, or Björn Hendricks. Whoever has been who has been thrown the ball has done the job for his captain. As we look at Nandre Berger warming up again, I don't think we're going to see any spin before at least the end until the lunch break. Short, sharp spells here from these bowlers.
And I think, if one looks at the order of batters still to come, Sean von Berg, probably the only one. Oh, it's another beauty. And Hanabe holds the defensive pose, but he didn't play a defensive shot to that. That bat was out there searching for the delivery, wanting to feel bat on ball. And at the end of the over, David, which is 1 ball away, David will update you on the score from the Kingsmead, where the Western Province women's team are playing the Dolphins.
James, a wicket has just gone down in Durban. As you said that, perfect timing. That's the 5th wicket down. Robin Apples taking her first wicket of the day. Swung in nicely there. Mo Valley with the shot at the stumps.
Oh, nice from Mo Valley.
That's good fielding from Mo Valley. You cannot take a quick single to that man. The Dolphins 59 for 4 in the 25th over already. So the Western Province ladies have done extremely well to keep that run rate down to just over 2 and over really. And that's been a good start. This is a big match, as you said. The top 2 teams in that 50 over tournament. It's an away match for our 6 Gun Girl Western Province women. Unbeaten so far. 4 from 4 in the 50 over and 4 from 4 in the T20. You can't ask for much better than that.
No, and they've played both home and away. Away first and then home against one of the stronger teams in the competition, the Titans, and played away against the Dragons, Northwest Dragons, who have been for many seasons one of the key opposition.
Yeah, I think a big loss for them this season has been Tasman Brits, who's gone down to the Garden Route Badgers.
That's right.
So she was their key player. LBW shot, but I think there was maybe inside edge on there as well.
And Lizelle Lee as well, of course, who would potentially play some of the matches for the Dragons.
Yeah, so they've lost two key players there. Western Province have maintained their strong team, and that's even without the likes of Laura Wolfhard, who's technically still a Western Province player, even though she is a global cricketer these days.
She is.
It's very tough to keep track of where she is in any given time.
Yeah, Adelaide Strikers at the moment.
Adelaide Strikers in the Women's Big Bash League.
Yeah.
Doing us proud there over in Australia and around the world. A fantastic ambassador.
Oh, no, she is incredible
for us. Yeah. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Just testing him out with a short delivery.
Yeah, it was a very good ball, that one, and Hanabe trying to get bat on ball. He really does like to get bat on ball, David. You were talking about that earlier on. And they're trying to perhaps slash that one over the slips, but not making contact. And he just needs to compose himself. This is the chance, as you mentioned earlier, for these youngsters. I mean, Clyde Fontaine, probably from a batting point of view, is more of a campaign. He's been around for a lot longer, as it's Mareki. Oh, and they're again getting bat on ball, playing the ball on the up into the offside, and that's what you want as a bowling team. You want the batter playing shots. You've got 4 slips waiting for that catch, and hasn't the catching been good in the second innings particularly? It was good in the first. There was 1 missed in the first innings, but the second innings they shared the 3 catches around between first, second and 4th slip. So Bjorn Hendricks a bit aggrieved because he hasn't got one of those either.
Yeah, he's due one as well.
Yeah.
So he wants to get in the mix there. He's ready and waiting. Oh, that is a rip snorter there from Tsepo Mareki. Cutting Clyde Fontaine in half. Just checking the flexibility of Clyde Fontaine's back muscles there. Stretching on a Saturday morning. Not the kind of stretching that he would be wanting to do on a Saturday morning. But that's a very good delivery from Tsepo Mareki. And I think that's something that he's added to his game as well, is that ferocity. That has been possibly lacking from a pace point of view in his previous years. He's added a bit of pace, he's added some strength in his body, and that all makes the difference for a fast bowler.
Yeah, it's very good to see. Young fast bowlers tend to be a lot leaner, as you said, David, and quite difficult. Conditioning very, very important in a fast bowler, and not to... when you're the younger the fast bowler, those muscles still developing, the bone structure still developing. Certainly I'm aware of that when we were going through our coaching course here at Western Province Cricket. I'm not sure if some of these players, the people are still involved there, but a number of years ago at a level 1 coaching course, going through long-term athlete development, very, very important. Oh, my word.
Just a bit of an awkward shot there from Clyde Fontaine, but he gets it away for a single, and there's the misfield. There's an overthrow, sorry. It's okay, but they don't want those kind of overthrows to sneak in. A bit of over-exuberance there from Tony DeZorzi in the field, but another good over from Tsepo Mareki. 4 overs, no wickets for 7 runs, and all the bowlers, if we look at the economy rates, Nandre Berger 5 overs, 1 for 13. Bjorn Hendricks 8 overs, 0 for 14. Dane Patterson incredible figures of 7 overs, 3 for 4. And Tsepo Mareki, as we said, 4 overs, 0 for 7. 38 for 4 after 24 overs. Fontaine just building a little bit of a partnership here from a positive side, from a Rocks point of view. 19 between Hanabe and Clyde Fontaine, as Bjorn Hendricks continues from the Wynberg end.
And you would have seen there on your screen Hlomla Hanabe taking an off-stump guard by the looks of things, as he played that one straight down the ground. Very nice looking shot, just to the onside of straight. Chase for Nandre Berger. Is he going to make it? Yes, he does indeed. He pulls it back, picks it up again on the way back, prevents the third, and that is really, really good fielding from the young man here in front of us, and manages to rearrange the boundary as well, it looks like, and goes back and does a bit of work there to assist in keeping that boundary rope in its correct position.
Yeah, and Björn Hendricks just giving him a thumbs up and a bit of a fist pump to say thank you for saving another 2 there. You did well. You've got the runs on the board, but all those runs still count. And he's gone and flashed it as if. Oh, I thought he found an edge there.
I thought I heard something there as well, David.
He went hard at that one.
Hanabe, who is going at the ball, he's got 12 runs for Tain on 14. It's 40 for the loss of 4 here in the 25th over. So has been slow going for the Rocks. And as you said, David, I think the point you made there around making sure that you keep getting those basics right. The team is following on. They've still got a deficit of 315. But you can't get sloppy.
No, you can't. You've got to maintain those standards.
Hendricks away from us now.
And I think a big statement will be made if Six Gun Grill Western Province go and get a big innings victory here. That's exactly what they want. That's exactly what they want for the season ahead. Obviously, promotion, relegation standings come into play.
Yeah.
Every single match counts from a points point of view. Every single position where you finish in each competition matters. And a good 4-day campaign here will go a long way to ensuring that Six Gun Grill Western Province remain in the first division. Is exactly where all the teams want to be. I think that's, I like it. I think it gives every match context. There's no dead rubbers.
Absolutely. Hendricks again away from us, and that is another very good delivery, and goes through to the keeper. They're keeping Hanabe honest. Hanabe looking a little bit of no, he's all right. I thought he was walking a little bit gingerly there out towards square leg. It's a very good opportunity for him as a youngster to bat long here if he can. Just get in and try and eke out some runs, spend some time at the crease. He would not have been in a position like this very often before. There is really no pressure on him.
No pressure at all. I just see George Linder warming up there at fourth slip.
Doesn't surprise me. 2 right-handers at the crease. George will also need to help a bit from the over rate point of view.
Yeah, very much so. You don't want to be penalised points.
No.
We have seen that there have been points lost in previous seasons which have been key, and you don't want that as the team. George Linder will come in, I think, before lunch, just give the fast bowlers a bit of rest. There's a lot of time in this game still.
There is, yes.
There's no need to... you have got a frontline spinner in your side. And let's see, maybe there is something for the spin on the third morning.
There are some footholds out there, though the pitch still looks outstanding for both bowling and for batting, it must be said. It looks like a good third-day pitch, and often say on a test pitch that the third day on a good test pitch is normally the best one for batting. Here, it's certainly early on today, Dane Patterson made it look like it was a very, very difficult pitch to bat on, and taking those 3 wickets for 2 runs in 5 overs this morning.
Yeah, it looks like George Linder was just kind of marking out his run up there from the Kelvin Grove end. Tsepo Mareki continues in the attack, but it looks like George Linder might be coming on from that end.
Now, I can hardly recall a delivery today in the, how many overs have we had today? 18 overs so far we've had that has really been a poor delivery. It hasn't been bowled to the field. They've been keeping it tight outside that off stump or on the line of 4th or 5th off stump line outside that off stump or on the stumps itself. Nothing to hit at all.
Yeah, they've done really well. They bowled to their field. Your captain and the bowler sets their field, and they bowled exactly where they need to be, and given them absolutely nothing. There hasn't been one bowler that has let the pressure slip away. They've done their job, and they'll be very happy in the current state of affairs at 41 for 4.
Mareki towards us again from the Kelvin Grove end. He's got the edge, but it's just bounced short of Aviwa Mgajima, and that will come down to the boundary directly in front of us here for 4, but that could and would have been another wicket, one feels, had the first slip been possibly a yard further forward, just bounced in front of him, and Hanabe fortunate to get away with that one as he got the edge.
Yeah, I think he just took his hand off so it wasn't a full flush edge. He did well to take his hand off that, so he did take the heat off it a little bit, that it didn't carry to Aviu Mgijima. Just fell short of him, did try to get his body behind it to at least save the boundary, but to no avail. But again, a good delivery from Tsepo Moreki.
They have moved up a little bit, it looks like. Tsepo Moreki has been bowling well without reward. That is a peach of a delivery. Just cuts him in half. Hanabe looks like he's looking at Clyde Fontaine and he's saying to him, there's absolutely nothing I can do about that.
James, I thought he had his man there.
Yeah, it did look like it, didn't it? Just cut him in half completely as he went forward to that.
Unplayable delivery. Yeah. The late Sir Donald Bradman might have even had trouble playing that delivery. Maybe that's giving it a little bit too much respect, but it was an excellent delivery nevertheless.
Really good. Tsepo Moreki in his 5th over of this spell from the Kelvin Grove end. Oh, that's played into the ground. Well fielded by Daniel Smith. Wouldn't have seen that, but again, a really good lesson for a youngster. And we do have a few youngsters here at the ground today with families, probably about 20 or 30 people on the Oaks, a couple of youngsters. If they're watching that, got his body behind it, went down quickly, that was motoring, got his hands on it, one bounce to him at that 4th slip position, and showing exactly the kind of fielding technique that you want. Soft hands again from Hanabe, and it managed to get away with that one as well.
You do feel that there's an air of inevitability that one of these deliveries are going to carry to the slips, and the slips need to be ready to be able to take that catch. But Klomla Hanabe is playing a little bit of a dangerous game here.
Yeah, he is most certainly playing a bit of a dangerous game. I'm almost tempted, if I were Kai Verena, I would take probably Mo Valley away or one of the fielders away on the onside. Maybe Dane Patterson, just bring him into a 4th or maybe into a gully position. That one is one of the first balls I've seen go down the leg side.
Yeah, you can see
Tsepo
Moreki showing his disdain to himself that he let Hanabe get out that over, but Hanabe survives, and it's 45 for 4 after 26 overs. Partnership now at 26, the most significant partnership. The only 2 players to go into double figures in this 2nd innings, and the Rocks are going to need a big innings from one or both of these to try and bat as long as possible in this 2nd innings, to try and stave off a heavy defeat. Does it look like Nandre Burger's coming back from the Weinberg end here?
Makes sense. Björn Hendricks taking a bit of a break after he has bowled a spell there of 6 overs and taken no wicket for 15 runs in that his 2nd spell. First spell was last night. He looked really threatening, and Nandre Burger just the 3 overs this morning, 0 for 5 to go with his 2 overs, 1 for 8 last night, and Nandre Burger setting the stall for his fellow fast bowlers last night with the wicket of Stiaan van Zyl, and that was, one felt at the time, a very important wicket. Nicely bowled first up. And he will be looking to get a couple more scalps, Nandre. Certainly that, really, really pleasant young man. We were talking a bit about that yesterday, David, that he, off the field, a really gentle young man, and on the field, he just white line fever.
Yeah, very much so. He's a good human being.
Yeah.
He does a lot of work that people don't see from a charity point of view, and that comes naturally to Nandre Burger. He's always got a smile on his face. He enjoys playing cricket, and he just wants to be out there with his teammates, giving it his all. and that's exactly what he's doing at the moment, as his big hair.
He definitely got big hair compared to last year.
Yeah, I think he's still in lockdown when it comes to haircuts. But he seems to be enjoying the flowing hair, and why not? If you're a young man and
why not?
and you haven't had receding hairlines just yet, why not take advantage of growing your hair long? It helps as a fast bowler.
There we go. Hair flowing in the breeze as you steam in towards the crease. Umpire Adrian Holdstock just asking Nandre Berger not to quite bowl, as Hanabe is just busy clearing the sweat from his brow, and he has got to 17 after not bothering the scorers in the first innings. Oh my goodness, that's a good delivery from Berger again around the wicket to the right-handed Hanabe, and he's at it with hard hands out in front of his body. He's not looking happy, Hanabe.
No, he's not. I think it's quite hot out there now. We saw that he was just a little finger injury, it looks like again.
Maybe
the physio coming into play. Physio is making his way down.
He's just got to come and get the
magic spray.
Magic spray and the ice and whatever else it is. Hanabe just is taking a bit of time out of the game here, and he is actually going to get ready. Maybe at the end of this over, they will come through with the necessary items to treat Hanabe. But it's in the meantime going to be Berger who's looking to send him back to the pavilion in another way. This delivery.
Yeah, he's definitely not looking comfortable out there, and like a bull in the matador. Nandre Berger is sniffing blood here.
He is indeed sniffing blood. He's got that red emblem on his chest. So maybe that is what has caused him to have that red line fever. Red line fever.
That
maybe
red
not
cherries on Hanabe's bat, as we saw as he was walking in, old school style.
Yeah. That's another good delivery. He really is hurting him, isn't he?
He's really not looking comfortable out there, Hanabe.
At all. And rolling over in the crease. Not quite sure where that hit him, but he really is hurting quite badly.
Yeah, I think the physio is going to come out here now. And I think
he's winded in some way. I don't know where that must have hit him, but he does look winded, and he's
called the
asking
physio
for something there to somebody to come out. He got hit in the midriff, in a very nasty spot in the midriff, and he is going to get some attention here. The scoreboard showing it is 46 for 4 after 26.5 over, so one ball left in this, the 27th over, the first of his third spell for Nandre Berger. So just to run through the scorecard for you then so far here, and then we'll take an update from David on the match at Kingsmead. So Stian van Zyl out last night for 6, caught by Mgijima off the bowling of Berger. It was 12 for 1 overnight. Hussain Manak, I said that so many times yesterday. Imran Manak this morning was LBW to Dane Patterson, third ball or fourth ball of the morning, and he did not trouble the scorers again this morning. He was out for 6, 12 for 2 it was, and then Yanaman Malan, third man to go, caught very well diving forward by Eddie Moore at second slip, and he did not score today, and it was 12 for 3. And then not long after that, with the score on 19, it was Michael Copeland who was very well caught by Daniel Smith at fourth slip off the bowling once again of Dane Patterson, and he scored 2 of 35 deliveries. Patterson this morning's spell 5 overs and 3 maidens, 3 wickets for 2 runs. Incredible spell from the professional who is back with the Six Gun Grill Western Province team this season. A very successful season with Notts in the county championship, looking like the seasoned professional that he is, bringing with him all that experience of having now taken close to 480 wickets in his first class career. And that was the end of Copeland, and Fortuin and Hanabe have now put on a partnership of 27 for this, the fifth wicket. Just a reminder that Ismail Khafildian is going to take no further part in the match. He has fractured his finger. Bowling figures just quickly: Berger 5.5 overs, 1 for 14. Hendricks 0 for 17 and 9. He's bowled better than that from a wickets point of view. 3 for 4 in 7 overs for Patterson, and 0 for 11 and 5 for Marecki. And score then, David, from the match at Kingsmead.
Yeah, the Six Gun Grill Western Province have taken another wicket. The sixth wicket is down. Score is 71 for 6 after 30.1 overs. It does look a little bit dark in Kingsmead, but it is Kingsmead.
Yeah,
and it's 11 o'clock in the morning, so that is a very good possibility that it is dark there already, but very tight from the Six Gun Grill Western Province women this morning. They've made a good start to their innings. I'm not sure who won the toss there, but I think looking at the conditions, Western Province might have won the toss there and decided to put the Dolphins in first, try and get the usage of the pitch first up. Is that a big hit? Looks like 4 there. So Nandre Berger comes in, carries on. Chlomla Nabe is back up and running. And he continues. Nandre Berger is going to be relentless at Hanabe. Are we going to see the first sight of spin this morning? It looks like George Linder's coming in from the Kelvin Grove end, as Daniel Smith looks like he's getting a helmet on there. George Linder coming in for his first run out in the second innings here, as we head towards the lunch break. In about 30 minutes from lunch, they'll be looking for 1 or 2 more wickets before lunch, and then we'll look to wrap up a huge innings victory after the game. George Linder has played 70 first class matches. You feel he's been around for a lot longer, taken 236 wickets in his first class career, which includes some cricket in the county championship with Kent. If you are from the UK and you're watching the stream right now, you can catch George Linder playing for Kent next season as well. George Linder and Dane Patterson will be playing county cricket next year. I'm not sure if Bjorn Hendricks is going to be heading back to the county scene, but 2 of those cricketers are contracted for the UK summer upcoming. It's going to be interesting to see how this pitch plays, if it offers a little bit of spin for George Linder. Yeah, and see if he can get into the wicket column.
Get the glasses on, David, I will, and see if there's anything happening. It's difficult for us to perhaps see from here, being behind the batter. George Linder coming in towards us from the Kelvin Grove end. Scores 46 for 4 after 27 overs. First delivery of the morning from the spinner, and there's a little bit of purchase on the outside the off stump. Bit of work for the man on the deep cover boundary, which is Nandre Berger, just stretching his legs around there, and they come back. Was that for 2? Yes, it was indeed. Just a little bit short and wide, not where George Linder will want to bowl it, but there was some spin away from the right-handed Clyde Fortuin, as he's in again. That's a much better delivery from the Proteas and Western Province left-arm spinner, all-rounder. And you said, David, season now behind him in Kent. Really good that he is able to go over and ply his trade there in the county championship, and certainly a good acquisition for the team from Canterbury. Very nicely played. Bowled, should I say, by Linder. Well played in the end by Fortuin, but just perhaps walking away a bit from his from the line of the ball.
You feel that George Linder is due a few wickets, and you feel that once he gets that first one, he might roll through.
He might well indeed. He's getting some purchase off the surface here, as well. That's a good delivery out of half of the bat, just defended into the offside. And so the field for George Linder is a slip. There's a man at backward point, Mo Valley at backward point. Cover point on the boundary, Nandre Berger. We have got at extra cover. We've got Tony Zorzi, a deepish mid-off, deepish mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man short leg under the helmet, and a man at 45 on the leg side, straight back to the bowler, who is just seeing if he can't perhaps also get a cap for Bafana.
He's a Manchester United fan, George Linder. They might be dispatching Ronaldo, so maybe he's looking for a gig there.
It could well be.
Wouldn't mind Ronaldo's weekly wages.
No,
that's for
not
sure.
at all. Even a fraction of them may help.
He's got George and his wife Annika have got a baby on the way, so Ronaldo's wages would go a long way.
Yeah, they would. Indeed, he's in again to Clive Fontaine on the money there. And just that first delivery in the over, going for those 2 runs. And George Linder finishes his first over in the second innings. First innings, he bowled 7 overs, 0 for 28. Just going to be giving the pace bowlers a bit of a break in the 25 minutes we have before the luncheon interval here at 6 Gun Grill. Newlands has all gone a bit quiet at the moment, David.
Yeah, I think the Rocks will be happy with this. They obviously know that there's a long way to go still to survive this match.
Yeah.
But small positives from them, Hanabe and Fontaine building a little bit of a partnership here, which is good from them, not just rolling over and taking the loss.
Yeah.
And they will look to bat as long as they can. First goal is to get to lunch without losing any further wickets. And then take it from there.
But Nandre Berger will want to have something to say about that, and he won't be able to say anything with that delivery wide outside the off stump. He's still bowling to 4 slips, a man at point, a man at mid-off, mid-on, a square leg just in forward of the umpire. That's Bjorn Hendricks, I think it is out there, who's having a chat with Sean George. No, it's not Dame Patterson, sorry, I apologise. Hendricks in the slips as he has been for most of the match. Patterson just chatting with Sean George, and then on that long leg boundary is Seppo Mareki, who's patrolling that area as it's Berger in again, bowling to his field, just on that line of, it's probably a 4th stump line outside off stump. And Hanabe walking away again.
Still not looking too comfortable.
Not at all. And I wonder what it is, because it's not I don't think that's just the hand injury. He's got some other discomfort. The hand is definitely hurting.
He's taking his glove off almost after every single delivery when he's batting against the fast bowlers. He's definitely feeling a little bit of sting on there. But it might just be a little bit of electrolytes maybe needed to get into his system. Nandre Berger relentless.
That's a great
delivery there.
Good leave. Very good leave.
Very good leave.
That was left on length. Berger just getting that one to seam in at Hanabe. And one would think that Berger may want to try and pitch it up and get it to move away from him a bit later in this over. He's bowled 3 deliveries so far in the over. The first one a bit wasteful outside the off stump, and second 2 have been on the money. Coming into the right-hander, is he going to bowl the one that moves away? Let's see. Nope, also into the right-hander, defended, and was waiting to see if he's trying to just set him up for that ball that may just drift away from him, and going out towards the slip cordon. Remains patiently waiting for their 4th catch of the innings, having had a catch go to first slip, second slip, and 4th slip so far in the second innings, after the captain Carl Verena took 4 catches in the first innings of this match.
Yeah, they're continuing with this around the wicket line from the left-arm fast bowlers in Nandre Berger and Bjorn Hendricks. Maybe come back over the wicket for a couple of deliveries, try something, try and get one across him. You've got the slips in play.
Yeah, you weren't convinced about that line,
no, I wasn't.
David? No. And I think it's a good point. You try and change something up there, but the game's sort of meandering a little bit at the moment. Get something different happening, perhaps.
Yeah, I think a wicket will be just what the tonic needs. Just the tonic that the team needs.
Yeah.
It's good batting there. Getting
is
off
very
strike.
good.
Well done from
Yeah.
Hanabe. He'll be relieved to get off strike
And,
as the over ends.
yeah.
And the 29th over comes to an end. 49 for 4. Hanabe 18 not out. Fortain 17 not out. Partnership is standing at 30 very good positive runs from these two batsmen as they look to see off the next 20 minutes before the lunch interval and take it from there.
I think they would have done very well to get to lunch without further loss. This is going to be an interesting contest now, though, between George Linder and Hlomla Hanabe. Perhaps it would be nice, just to see maybe somebody in short on the offside here. So many runs, so many runs to play with, and I just feel the field is a little bit too defensive for me at the moment. But I just maybe trying to be maybe just a bit too aggressive in my thinking around this.
I totally agree with you, James. I think that you've got more than enough runs to play with here. Tony De Zorzi can come in a little bit there and possibly take a mid-wicket away or the mid-on away.
Get Hanabe
or even
thinking,
the fine leg away.
Yeah, exactly. Just get Hanabe thinking, okay, I can get some runs here. The moment it's just easy.
Yeah.
You just come forward and defend it. There's nobody in there close in. Just pack people around him.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, James. I think you've got more than enough runs, and if you've got a guy at short cover,
sometimes
get another man under the helmet, get another helmet onto the field.
I mean, that is showing that if you put something into it, that certainly, faster delivery from George Linder, but it ripped off the spin. It ripped slightly to Verena, just going away to his right-hand side. And it all just is a bit slow at the moment after that amazing opening burst from Patterson this morning. Yeah, it's much better. That's wide to Mareki on the boundary at deep cover. Is that Mareki or is it Imbuji? No, it's Mareki, yeah. That's Tepo Mareki. And they take the single. It's going to be Fortain on strike to George Linder. 2 balls left in the over, just a single so far off it, and the tall left armour comes in and he just tries to play that down into the leg side as it's slightly leg side-ish, and that came off the pad. Sorry about that. It's been a pesky fly. My dad would have called it a pesky fly. It is bothering us, or been bothering me anyway, this morning, and he continues to do so. I hope I didn't give anybody a fright there. Sorry about that.
Testing that I'm awake here, James. I'm wide awake. Although I could do with a coffee.
Yeah, I think a
little cappuccino would go down very well.
Nice. Yes, David, thank you very much for that. The coffee you brought yesterday afternoon.
I did promise you one, James. I wasn't gonna disappoint you. I laid the expectation out, and I did arrive with one. I hope it was good. There was a coffee from our Workshop 17 coffee shop here.
Thank you.
Workshop 17 in the new co-working space here at Newlands.
Very nice.
They've taken up 2 floors here in the new business precinct, which is pumping at the moment, and it's looking beautiful. It's a beautiful site in the snake pit side of the ground here. As
it does look now that it's occupied. I know last season
very much so.
It looks nice now that it's occupied. A bit of life to it, and it certainly is a really great addition to the ground here at 6 Gangrel Newlands, as it's Nandre Berger not taking David Brooks' advice, and he's still going around the wicket. And Hanabe will be able to come back for 2, or is that Fortain? Sorry, Fortain coming back for 2. Both batters on 19. Partnership is 34, and we actually missed the 50 in that previous over for the Gbets Rocks. They are in the 31st over, 53 for the loss of 4. At the end of this over, we'll give you an update from the game happening at Kingsmead, where the Six Gun Grill Western Province women are playing against the Hollywood Gbets Dolphins, as that one is down to Mareki at long leg. Berger just losing his line a little bit here. The first two deliveries of the over into the pads of Fortuin. He's not going to miss out on getting a run down to long leg. Has all gone a little bit quiet.
Yeah, it looks like the 7th wicket has gone down in Durban. Yes, James, sorry, I was just trying to work out whether it was a drinks break, but not normally a drinks break in the middle of the over.
No, not at all, no.
Dolphins 84 for 7. Our Six Gun Grill Western Province women really doing nicely there up in Durban.
And as are the senior men's team here in at Newlands, as Nandre Berger just making sure that Hanabe plays at these deliveries, but nothing much happening at the moment. A little bit of cloud now coming across the ground may add something at least for the fast bowlers, but it's all been very much the same for the last little while. 15 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. No doubt Coach Saleh Nakhaddin, as he plays and misses outside the off stump.
Finally finds a shot, a mistimed shot from Hanabe, but to no avail. We thought that we were going to have an early lunch and an early victory here, but the Rocks have done well.
They have.
To get back on track, try and see out this session without any further loss of wickets, and they can regather in the change room. Captain Yanaman Milan, who can play no further part in this match. He's been out twice now.
That's again a bit of surprise delivery.
Quite like that from Andre Berger. Something a little bit different. He knows that Hanabe is an attack-minded cricketer. He's going to go for it if he sees it. And I don't mind that one bit from Andre Berger. I still would like to see him coming over the wicket.
Yeah.
So Dane Patterson was loosening up a bit. We might see him 1 or 2 overs before the lunch interval, just to try and nip out one more before lunch. Go into that lunch break with 5 down and effectively 6 wickets down, and then look to wrap it up after the lunch interval. That's good bowling there from Andre Berger to finish the 31st over, 54 for 4. Hanabe 19 not out for Tane 20. The partnership moves to 35 as George Linder continues from the Kelvin Grove end. The deficit is sitting at 301 runs. So 301 runs until they reach the Western Province first innings score. Mammoth 557, led by Kyle Verreynne, 201 not out. Tony DeZorzi 163, George Linder 70, Eddie Moore 71. A really top innings, batting only once in this game in all likelihood.
As in Durban, it is the 2 ladies, the Momentum Proteas spinners that are batting for the Hollywood Gbets Dolphins, squeezed away into the leg side by Clyde Fortuin. They'll come back for 2, as it is going to be use that out their left arm. Is that Bjorn Hendricks? It comes around and fields from his position at leg, down at 45 on the leg side, and for the right-handed Fortuin got a slip backward point man on the cover point boundary, an extra cover mid on, deepish mid on. It's Fortuin again, this time straight to the man DeZorzi at that extra cover position. We've got a deepish mid on, that is Dane Patterson, man at mid wicket, and a man at 45, Bjorn Hendricks, as I said, backward down towards the fine leg area. Daniel Smith under the helmet at just a backward short leg, and that's
we might see one from George Linder, just drifted outside. You can drift it out full outside off going. Fortuin likes to drive. He's got a slip in place, he's got a cover in place. Might look to tempt him a little bit outside that off stump, try something. George Linder is a thinking cricketer. He does like to read the batsman and see what his next move could be.
Another one floated up very nicely straight to the deepish mid on. That's Dane Patterson. Is it out there? Looks like no, it's not. Sorry, I apologise. It's not Dane.
Nandre, I think.
It is Nandre Berger out there. Dane Patterson is at mid off to the right-handed batters. It's going to be Hanabe to face up to George Linder. 2 balls left in his third over. He's gone for only 6 runs, and that's flighted very nicely by the South African and Western Province slow left arm bowler. Just do think you want to get the players trying to play their shots, bring the field in, try and get them to hit over the top.
Yeah.
Do something that's different.
Yeah, I think try something a little bit different. They might even go for the likes of an Aviwa Mgijima.
Yeah.
Just to try something a little bit different, something not expected. Has he got him? Has he edged it? He hasn't edged it. I thought he did edge it. Carl Verreynne went up like he did edge it, but there was no interest there from George Linder. I think that was more trying to up the energy, which has gone down a little bit in this Western Province side with this partnership of 38. Are we going to see Dane Patterson return from... We are indeed.
Yeah, we are.
I think that's a good move from... He's taken 3 wickets this morning from the Kelvin Grove end of the ground, but he's coming on from the Wynberg end to try and get 1 more wicket as the clock strikes 12 o'clock. 10 minutes until the lunch interval, and the captain Carl Verreynne has turned to his wicket taker from this innings.
Yeah.
Dane Patterson.
Turned to his senior man. I'll tell you the story a bit behind senior man just now. It's the Leicester City term.
Okay.
It's actually a Nigerian term, funnily enough. But we'll talk a bit about that. Kelechi Iheanacho is known as the senior man at Leicester City, given that name by Wilfred Ndidi, his fellow Nigerian. Anyway, it's Dane Patterson away from us now at the Wynberg end, and that is in the channel outside off stump, which is where he bowled most of the morning, threatening the off stump or slightly in that channel. We're talking about that match in Durban, and Nosipho Vezi, who's got the 3 wickets for 15. It's 93 for 7. The Hollywood Bets Dolphins women, and you have Nondamiso Shangase and Nonkululeko Mlaba, who are at the crease, the 2 spinners, off spinner, right arm off spinner, and slow left armer for the Proteas and Hollywood Bets Dolphins. Too late, and that's again. It's
absolutely
that's
no
exactly
foot movement.
no foot movement from Clyde Fortain. He just plays it down into the ground, just in front of the man in the slips. Daniel Smith at 4th slip thought he could well have been in business there. Yet again. Maybe we should put him under the helmet again and bring him in a bit closer. Patterson has got 2 wickets into the slips today. 2nd and 4th slip picking up the catches. Then again, good delivery. And he's almost metronomic he's been this morning.
That's an excellent term to describe Dane Patterson. Metronomic this morning. On the money, on the ticky, rhythmic bowler. When he's on song, it's beautiful. That red ball
lovely.
Seam is absolutely fantastic to watch, and he's looking for at least 1 more wicket before the lunch interval. 1 more wicket will really just buoy the team, even though they're in a seriously strong position as is. But has he picked it up there?
Word.
He thought he had his man there.
He did indeed think he had his man, and he did not again. Bit of a sound, maybe Clyde Fortain just flicking the pad with his bat as that bat came through. But Dane Patterson looking the most likely to pick up a wicket here.
Yeah, and that's exactly why Carl Verreynne has turned to his man, even though it's from the Wynberg end. Dane Patterson can bowl on one of the side wickets and still take wickets, to be fair. You throw him the ball and he'll always do a job for you as a captain.
Yeah, away from us now at the Wynberg end. Another very good delivery. And there is nothing more to report there. So it's quite appropriate, I suppose. He's bowling gun barrel straight here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. And he is if you're talking about six gun grill, every meal's best friend, I think Dane Patterson today is every captain's best friend, the way he's been bowling to his field.
Ooh,
Very nice.
Just dish that one a little bit outside off stump there, just tempting Clyde Fontaine. But he does get away with that one. Good over there from Dane Patterson returning.
Yeah, returning with a maiden over. 8 overs now, 3 wickets for 4 runs. Yes, that's right. 8 overs, 3 wickets for 4 runs.
Incredible effort from Pato. And he's done his bit. He's earned his lunch this morning. That's for sure.
He'll have at least one more over before the luncheon interval. And George Linder will be hoping he can perhaps get in 2 overs before the lunch, if he can. Not rushing as much, perhaps, as they were yesterday.
Yeah, I think
it's just, one just tempo, perhaps just going down. Salih Nakadin, maybe we'll have a word with them, refocus, re-strategize at the luncheon interval. Just really would like to see them attacking a lot more than they are.
Yeah, very much so. I think I totally agree with you there, James. Reassess at lunch. You've had a good first session. If you take it out the context of the game, 3 wickets in the first session of the day is a good effort. But those 3 wickets came very early in the session.
They did.
So you would think that they would maybe pick up maybe 2 more to pick up 5 in the session.
Yeah.
But the Rocks batsmen have done well to see this session through so far. They'll probably still have this over from George Linder and at least one more from Dane Patterson to survive before lunch. But at least the Rocks are showing some fight.
They are.
To survive, to try and get out of this inning somehow.
Really good to see this from Clyde Fontaine and the young Hlomla Hanabe, who is playing at the moment against George Linder. This can only help him in his career as a young batter in the middle order, trying to find his way, make his way in first-class cricket. Exactly what he needed to do is come in and have this longer innings as he reverse sweeps. My goodness, that is very, very adventurous just before lunch. And he'll come back for the second as Yassine Valley scampers after that one down to the third man boundary.
Yeah, I don't mind seeing that. I think it's good to see. Bit of innovative thinking there from Khanabe, trying something different. He's confident. He's a confident young man.
He'll be facing up again to Linder. 2 balls left in this George Linder's over. There is no run on that occasion. 33.5 overs gone, 59 for loss, 4 partnership worth 40. These two coming together with the score at 19 for 4.
I'm just looking at some stature. Hlomla Hanabe's highest first-class score came against the Dragons last season, 47. So he hasn't got any half centuries to his name. This is an opportunity for the young man to get his first half century. He'll be looking for that after the lunch interval. And if he gets a half century, at least the Rocks can take some positivity out of that to get one of the young players to learn how to play long innings.
And it's only the second match of what is a 7-match 4-day series for these teams in Division 1 of the CSA 4-day series for this season. We have spoken a bit about that yesterday, or day before actually, David, around just 7 matches in first-class cricket in South Africa in a season just is not enough.
At the edge, finds the edge, and he's dropped.
No, he dropped him.
The third slip has dived in front of second slip, and Buren Hendricks.
Oh my word!
He is having a frustrating time here, and that could have been the wicket that they were looking for just before the lunch interval. Dane Patterson finding the edge of Clyde Fontaine's bat, doing exactly what he needed to do, but Buren Hendricks putting it down at third slip. And Carver Rayner looking despondent there. He knew that was there for the taking.
And it was second slip's catch, one feels. Hendricks knows that. Head in the air, looking to the sky, and that one is very good from thinking as well there from Kyle Verreynne, as Clyde Fontaine is unsettled by being dropped off the previous delivery, lunges forward at that and goes out of his crease. Verreynne really alert to that, wasn't he? And,
I'm just looking at Bjorn Hendricks there. He's going to his left hand, which he obviously is a left-hander. But that you feel that was Eddie Moore's catch there at second slip. And it's an all-action over here as we head to the lunch interval. This will be the final over before lunch.
It will indeed.
4 deliveries remaining for the Rocks to survive.
And what should have been the fifth wicket and lunch is not happened at this stage. One feels perhaps Dane Patterson will be given the ball straight after lunch as well, David.
Yeah, very much so. I think that first spell after lunch will be absolutely crucial to the outcome of this match. You could see Dane Patterson get some food in his system, get some replenished electrolytes in, and come back for another key spell. And I think he's just with the conditions that we're experiencing here at Six Gun Girl Newlands, a little bit of overcast, a little bit of sun comes out, and I think he's absolutely the right bowler to get as many overs as possible in for his captain, Kyle Verreynne. He's taken 3 wickets this morning for just 4 runs. Incredible effort from Pato. And there's 2 deliveries left. Figures of 4 for 4 would look good going into lunch.
They would, wouldn't they?
I think your teammates would clap you off at 4 for 4 any given day. And let's see if Dane Patterson can get there.
Should have been 4 for 4, one feels. Not this time though, but off the inside half of the bat. Just cannot get bat properly on ball off Dane Patterson today. And that is just because he has bowled probably 2 of the most outstanding spells. The first spell this morning, one can only admire what he was able to achieve, and that wasn't against the we're talking about Yanaman Malan, who was probably the key wicket that he picked up this morning. Michael Copeland and Imran Manak. Yanaman Malan out without scoring was such a key wicket, and as he bowls the last over before last ball, shall I say, before the luncheon interval, and shapes to throw down the wicket. And kudos here to the men out in the middle. Dane Patterson, who has been by far the standout bowler this morning, made the breakthrough early on in his first over, getting Imran Manak LBW for Manak's overnight score of 6. 12 for 1 went to be 12 for 2. It was soon 12 for 3 with the loss of Yanaman Malan in Patterson's next over, caught very well by Eddie Moore diving forward. And then the fourth wicket for the Rocks, and third wicket of the morning going to Patterson as well. It was 19 for 4 when Michael Copeland was caught in the 4th slip position diving forward by Daniel Smith. Another very good catch in the slips. Since then, it has been a repair job being done by the 2 batters in the middle, Clyde Fontaine and Hlomla Hanabe from the Gbets Rocks. They put on 40 for this, the 5th wicket. Really good partnership. They've gutsed it out there against some really, really tight and hostile bowling from Six Gun Grill Western Province, but they've managed to somehow get through to the luncheon interval. Clyde Fontaine being dropped between third and second slip. Bjorn Hendricks diving in front of Eddie Moore, and that ball being dropped off in the second ball of the last over before lunch. And so the Gbets Rocks go in to lunch at 59 for 4 after 35 overs. They still need to score 296 to make the Six Gun Grill Western Province team bat again. From myself, James King, the Cape Fox, and David Brooke, it's goodbye for now, and we will be with you again here after the luncheon interval in about 40 minutes time at 10 to 1 South African time. Welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newlands, where George Linder is going to continue the attack from the Kelvin Grove end after the luncheon interval, and he will be bowling to Hlomla Hanabe. Score is 59 for 4 after 35 overs morning session. First part of it belonging to Dane Patterson, as he took 3 for 2 in 5 overs, and it's Hanabe there just need to settle himself again after the luncheon interval. Still very much a mix of an attack and defensive field here for George Linder. He's got a slip, a man at backward point, around the deep cover boundary, and we'll go through the field a bit more once this ball is over. That's down the leg side, and just padded away by Carvarena, getting his pads down that side and managing to stop that going through for byes, and picked up by the slip and Kajima, the man extra cover. That's Dezorzi. There's a deepish mid-off, and it's Linder in again. That's a bit shorter over the top of off stump, just left alone by Hanabe. Good leave by the young man who's on 21. He has survived a significant onslaught from the quicks of this Six Gun Grill Western Province team. He has a good slice at that one outside the off stump, doesn't make contact, and there is nothing more to report. And welcome back, David. Good lunch.
Yeah, very good lunch, James. Thank you. It was a good break. I think the Rocks were quite happy to get to that break unscathed.
Yeah.
And see George Linder is continuing from the Kelvin Grove end after lunch. Yeah. What would the discussions have been from a Paul Rock side of things?
I think just very much saying to the guys, just bat. You know, you've got all the time in the world. There's still 5 sessions of this game to go. I mean, today you've still got 76 overs, 104 overs tomorrow. Let's keep Six Gun Grill Western Province out in the field for as long as possible. You have the chance as a young batter, Hanabe and Clyde Fortain, obviously the more experienced player of the two, to really just fill your boots if you can from a runs point of view.
Yeah, very
Take
much
your
so.
time, see out the first hour if you can today. I mean, just take it in the post-lunch session, half an hour, take it in shorter chunks. I know when we were chatting last year in a similar sort of situation that Six Gun Grill Western Province found themselves against the Titans in that game that remains unmentionable, that they were, Wayne Parnell, we were chatting to him and he was saying, asked him, so what's the advice you would give to the youngsters if they're batting? I mean, remembering that both Gavin Kaplan, and Daniel Smith are making their debuts in that match, and Wayne was saying, just bat. That's what you've got to do. You in a difficult situation, massive number of runs on the board against you, and it's around just spending time at the crease. There's nothing quite like it, really. From a point of view of, you can have as many nets as you like. Nothing beats being out in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be the biggest challenge for the likes of Hanabe, who's relatively new to the first class scene. Yeah. His highest score, 47, we said earlier on.
That's right, yeah.
He's going to be spending a lot of time at the crease, and this is where you learn your craft. This is where you develop your game. It's an opportunity to just bat.
Yep.
Against some of the best bowling in the country.
Absolutely.
You've got Dane Patterson, Bjorn Hendricks, Nunre Berger, Tepo Moreki and George Linder coming at you from both sides. There's no respite. And if you can get a positive score, take something out of this game as Hlomla Hanabe and for the Paul Rocks as well.
Yeah, Patterson away from it. Oh, that's a really, really good delivery. And Dane Patterson, as we rightly predicted, is continued after the luncheon interval. He's still got those 4 slips, the man at point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, and he is looking as dangerous after the luncheon interval as he was before it.
Yeah, he's looked dangerous the whole day. Just conceded the 3 runs in 10 overs, James.
Just incredible.
It's just incredible.
Yeah.
Even you have a lot of runs to play with, but even so, he's given absolutely nothing away. There's been no loose deliveries from him.
No. Everything in that channel, and on or about off stump, and unlucky not to have taken the wicket of Clyde Fortain. It was in the over before the luncheon interval. He's bowling to Fortain at the moment. He's keeping these batters incredibly quiet. And one thinks that the rate achieved 1.6 as opposed to what we saw in the Paul Rocks innings and in the innings of the 6-gun grill Western Province. Another one that just bounces in front of Bjorn Hendricks, and that will frustrate him again.
Yeah, 100%. Bjorn Hendricks is unfortunately having a very frustrating time in the field. He's bowled well, hasn't got it what he deserves in this innings from a wicket point of view, but he's been extremely good. But that one, he dropped a catch, diving in front of second slip earlier, just before lunch, in the over before lunch. And he will be looking. But cricket is a funny game.
It is.
And he could take the winning catch. I'm just looking at we'll talk about the KZN, the ladies' game, the women's game in a bit. Give you an update from there. The Dolphins have had a little bit of a fight back.
They have,
James.
yes.
They are 182 for 9 after 49 overs. 1 more overs left, so the run rate has been really good from Western Province's point of view, but they haven't bowled them out just yet. It could still happen in the final over. Leah Jones once again doing the job of the ball, 1 for 25 from her 7 overs. She'll look to bowl the final over, a 6-gun grill Western Province woman.
Yeah, and that's all down, it seems, to Nondamisu Shangase and Nonkoleku Mlaba, who were batting when we last looked, and we'll have to have a look and see what that partnership ended up being between the two Momentum Proteas players. Linda is in again from the Kelvin Grove end. Quick change at the end of the Patterson over. Yet another maiden it was for Dame Patterson. He's bowled 10 overs, 3 wickets for 4 runs. What a performance from the Western Province paceman it has been today, and George just pushing that one through a bit quicker. Nabe will have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, 19 for 4, James, before this partnership.
Yeah.
They've taken the score up to 59, so a good 40-run partnership. Still 296 runs behind.
Yeah.
A long way to go, but they have batted well. Given a couple of chances to the Western Province men, especially in the slip cordon. That's well taken there from Carl Verona. In the white ball cricket, there would have been a wide down the leg side, but gets away with one, and he's got his fine leg up.
Yeah,
Dave Patterson a fine leg, so if you got anything on that would have gone to the boundary.
George not perhaps been as consistent in his line and length as he would have liked. He has got the time to pull that back, but one wonders how long he's going to be given with that, as we have the 3 other pacemen who no doubt will be keen to get into the action as well. It certainly must have been quite, it has been a bit docile. One can see a whole clump of pigeons in front of the Northern Pavilion.
Yeah, they're lined up like slips.
They are indeed.
Equal spacing. That could be out. That could
must
be out.
Be out, surely.
LBW.
Oh my goodness, no. He says going down the leg side.
Going down the leg side, James.
Well, I don't know about that one. There is much very disconcerted, I think, the 6-gun grill Western Province players there. They were almost going to the huddle to celebrate the dismissal. They look teapots all over the place here, from the captain, from Daniel Smith at short leg, from Tony DeZorzi. I mean, they're all got their hands on their hips, haven't they?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Unnecessary shot there from Anabe.
Was.
That could be out.
Yeah, he got it this time. So he didn't get him with the previous delivery. He's got him with this delivery. This time, Sean George not able to stop that finger from coming up, and it is the end of Hlomla Hanabe. And he has batted well, but he falls in George Linda's first over. Is it second over? After the luncheon interval, and his vigil comes to an end. It does for Hanabe. It was 84 deliveries for his 21. We're going to get those numbers for you shortly. And the breakthrough happens with the score on the luncheon score of 59. Now 59 for 5. David, just take us through those numbers, please.
Yeah, 59 for 5. George Hanabe batted for 85 balls, 2 fours, and he was there for 112 minutes. So they did well to last those 112 minutes.
Yeah.
But that's a big wicket for George Linden, not only in the context of the match, for George himself. Had an LBW shot the ball before, and that is just the confidence that he needs. That's the first wicket of spin for Western Province in this match. Van Berg took one, I think, in their innings.
Yes.
And this is the first wicket for George Linder in this match, and that's a big confidence boost. And he is a confidence player, and there could very well be one or two more in quick succession for George Linder. He gets his confidence back. He gets a wicket, a well-deserved wicket, one for the spinners.
Yeah.
He had a good time with the bat, but ultimately his job is there to take wickets as the premium spin bowler in the side. As Sean van Berg comes to the crease, he's played 126 matches, 4,517 runs, 23 50s and 500s. Very underrated all-rounder.
Yeah, he is.
Not really spoken about in the all-round category, more known for his leg spin, but he is an excellent batter.
And he had a good innings in that first knock for the Gbets Rocks. He was the second highest scorer in the innings for them. 39 he scored. Good fielding there by George Linder to prevent the single, and keeps the Clyde Fortuyn, the senior man now on in this partnership, as he was in the previous one with Hanabe. Hanabe, perhaps we will be disappointed that he went out when he did. Previous delivery could well have been given out, one feels, and delivery after that just getting wrapped on the front pad, adjacent to the off stump, and getting the decision then from Sean George as Patterson's away from us again. That just straying for the first time about onto the legs of Fortuyn, and he's unhappy with himself about that one.
Yeah, I think that's the first time that he strayed on the leg side there, Patterson. He's very hard on himself. He's only given away 5 runs, James, so they've got 295 to play with. So, his standards have been set, I suppose, and that's what you want to see from your strike bowler. But we'll give him that one. I think Hanabe, it's always difficult when you come back from a break. You're a young batter. You've got to re-establish yourself. You've got to re-establish your eye. You've got to get your eye back in. Oh, that's straight from Dane Patterson and Sean van Berg's first delivery. It's a difficult one to face, but he plays that well as Sean van Berg gets through his first delivery. It's a very important session here, James. After lunch here at Six Gangrel Newlands, there's a day and a half still to play. The Rocks will be looking to survive, somehow get out of today. If they get out of today, they would have done extremely well if this match goes into a 4th day.
You feel, though, that to get out of today, you think these two will have to still be batting at tea time, David?
Very much so. And Sean van Berg is an attacking player.
He is,
He might decide to swing the bat at 1 or 2. And that obviously provides opportunities for the fielding side to take the catches, something that they have done relatively well. They'll be disappointed, a couple of drop catches in the slips, but they have been in the majority. They have been very good in the field. The body language has been good. The chirping has been good. And they are well on top in this.
Oh my goodness. That could so easily have gone through and rattled the stumps from Patterson. But as it is, thick inside edge past those stumps down to the man at long leg, and that is Nandre Berger. Is it down there? No, it's not Nandre Berger. Or is it Nandre
I think it is
Berger?
Nandre
It is
Berger,
Nandre
yeah.
Berger, actually, yes. It looked like it was the left arm pacer. It is indeed. I wasn't seeing things. He has been most of the time here in front of us today.
You might actually see him bowl from that end at some point.
And through outside the off stump, and another over goes past for Dane Patterson. 2 off that over. He's bowled 11 overs, 3 for 6. Yes, 11 overs, 3 for 6.
You're
that
not
was
hearing
incredible.
You're not hearing incorrectly. That is spot on, James. 3 for 6 in 11 overs, and you just see George Linder. He's got a bit of swagger about him now. He's gone straight to his run up there to take the ball. He goes in for his 7th over. He's picked up his first wicket in the previous over, that of Klomla Hanabe, and he is going to go bowl to Sean van Berg.
Yeah, he'll fancy himself here, won't he, George Linder, to potentially pick up another wicket here. Van Berg won't hold back, one feels.
And that's right on the money from George Linder first
better.
up. Maybe tempt him with one, just flop it outside off stump with a bit of air, and see if your slip can come into play. He's got Tony DeZorzi at a short cover, short extra cover.
Yeah, that's
Got a mid on, a mid off, mid wicket. Fine leg, short fine leg is up. Oh! I don't know how to describe that. He's running at the
running
forward
a push.
defensive.
Yeah, running a push. Yeah.
Tip and run back in the day. Feels like he's in the backyard cricket there. Tip and run, Sean van Berg. But he is a character, Sean van Berg. I think we're in for a bit of an exciting time here, James.
Could well be.
Either way.
We're not going to die wondering, are we? So that's so good fielding actually in the deep there by Bjorn Hendricks. He just takes the... Is that Hendricks? Or,
he takes the sting of that.
Takes the sting of it. That hurt him a little bit, maybe. He's just... he's just adjusting his shoe. Well, that maybe he had hurt his hand a little bit, stopping that one. But that was really hit hard by Van Berg. And it'll be Fortuin now to face. They took a single off that one. Van Berg, not somebody that likes to trade in singles too much when he bats. He's 39 in the first innings. He was, I think it was 8 boundaries in that 39. And Paul Rocks have not hit a maximum in this entire match so far. One feels that they may want to maybe looking at something like that in this innings, although survival is the name of the game at the moment.
James, I'm just looking at Sean van Berg's records again. Yeah. He's played 125 first-class matches.
Yeah.
He's got 23 half centuries.
Yeah.
And five centuries.
Yeah.
That's actually incredible.
It is.
Stats. For a player that's not really spoken about when it comes to batting.
And he does hold, if I remember correctly, I mean, he tweeted it himself a little while ago, if I remember rightly. I mean, he stands right up there amongst one from not just from a bowling point of view, but from an all-round point of view in terms of first-class runs and first-class wickets from a South African aspect amongst the spinners in South Africa that have taken the most wickets and scored the most runs. So he's right up there. I think he's about his second or third behind Simon Harmer in terms of wickets.
He's taken 448 first-class wickets in his career. Yeah, some of that would be maybe in 3-day cricket, which was still considered first-class cricket at the time.
Correct, yes.
But you've still got to take the wickets, and that's, if you look at his all-round stats, that's a beautiful shot from Clyde
beautifully played. That's Van Berg, isn't it? He just leans into that shot and plays it out into the through the vacant cover region, and gets his first boundary. So he's trading again in boundaries, Sean van Berg. But he's not going to stop playing those shots, is he? Which is really what Dane Patterson will want him to do, because the chances are that he could get the edge, any movement away. See how Patterson responds. That's a good delivery. And an extravagant leave, one could say.
Yeah, you can see Sean van Berg is in the mood here.
Yeah.
He's not going to die wondering. He has
Yeah.
4,478 runs to his name
Yeah.
in his career. Been playing since the 2009-2010 season, James.
He's,
He has had a very underrated first-class career. You feel that he could have maybe played international cricket in his time, but that's wrapped him on his pads. That's nipped in from Dane Patterson. A hopeful shot, but not really. Looked outside the line as well, and maybe a bit of height, but that nipped in. And Dane Patterson maybe a little apology.
I think he does.
He wasted an appeal there, and he's apologising.
Yeah, Adrian Holstock, not surprisingly.
Not going to give that one in his 100th first-class match, Mr. Adrian Holstock.
I think...
nice to see from Dane Patterson, though, just apologising.
Yeah, it's good all-round professional cricket happening out there. And another one that he just latches onto outside the off-stump and into the cover region, down to the boundary at cover point, and more fetching that has to be done by George Linder. Is it? Linder out there.
Won't enjoy that trip down to the long boundary there at the railway stand. He's got a lot of bowling still to do. We might see a change. Maybe one of the lefties coming from this side of the ground, just to try a different angle to Sean van Berg.
Maybe Björn Hendricks will be coming in. I think George Linder will continue.
Yeah.
And he has had some success. Once again, it's going to be Patterson to van Berg. That's a good delivery outside the line of off stump, and just walking into the shot again is van Berg. He looks the epitome of a batter that is determined to get on top of the bowling. He does hit the ball hard. When he hits the ball hard. If you're going to go for it, then that's what you should do.
474 wickets for Dane Patterson before this game, and he took 3 wickets in the first innings, so he's 2 wickets.
Two, I think, in the first innings. I'll have a look at that for you now.
Oh, that's wrapped him on the pads, but again going down leg side, and he finishes the over well. Dane Patterson, after going for a couple of boundaries, he now has gone for, I think the captain was taking him off. He's conceded 14 runs now.
Far too many runs
in his 12 overs. He's gone for 14. He's taken the 3 wickets. Of course, we're being totally ironic here. He's done an incredible job for his captain this morning, as it looks like George Linder will continue from the Kelvin Grove end. Interesting to see if Dane Patterson will get another over from this end.
I doubt it, though. In some way, we'll see. I don't see any. Stefan Mareki is warming up, so it's quite possible Mareki will come on from this. And 3 in the first innings, 3 for 41. And his figure is now 3 for 14 in the second innings. So 6 for 55 for Dane Patterson in the match so far.
He obviously came in for Mkhlali Mpongwana.
That's right.
And when you come in for another player, you've got a job to do, and Dane Patterson has done that job.
He has indeed. Done everything that Captain Carl Verena could have asked for him, as it's going to be George Linder to Clyde Fortain. That's a good delivery from Linder. Interesting to see Tony de Zorzi maybe in about 3 or 4 meters closer than he was prior to the luncheon interval. I'm still of a mind that this is a way too defensive field for a team that has got 285 run lead. And that's what they need to make it better again. That is past de Zorzi, but it's going to be chased by Hendricks. Is he going to get there? It isn't Hendricks, sorry. That is... it is Hendricks, yes, sorry. It is Hendricks there at a mid-off position. He manages to get that back, and they take just the 2. Sean van Berg, perhaps not the fastest between the wickets, and Clyde Fortain continues on strike. Zorzi just not managing to get that. It's Fortain up to 26, 72 for 5 in the 43rd over. and that's slightly shorter from George Linder. A little bit of purchase off the surface and off the outside half of the bat from Fortuyn to the Yassine Valley, who is at backward point position, almost adjacent with Adrian Holstock, who is standing at point, the umpire for Linda, and defensively through to De Zorzi, who is just off the square on the offside, playing on the third pitch from the Oaks side of this ground, the picturesque Six Gun Grill Newlands. It looked absolutely beautiful this morning, with a cloud on the mountain. Nothing to report on that delivery, and really was a beautiful setting, sun bathing down at the moment over the ground, as it was for a little bit of the morning. A bit of cloud around earlier on, sprinkle of rain in the early hours of the morning, just to freshen it up a bit here in the Cape.
Keeps Van Berg on the back foot there. Uncomfortable line there.
Yeah, and two men from Paarl, just up the road, about 50 kilometres up the road to the east of Cape Town. Dave Patterson to continue, interestingly enough, to Sean Van Berg. Maybe they feel that Van Berg, in the way he's been attacking, may be giving something to Patterson, who wants to get this scalp, presumably.
Yeah, I think the way Van Berg did play in that previous over does allow for the fact that a little bit of movement away might find the edge.
He may well just pull his length back a bit. David, let's see what happens. It's very nicely played by Van Berg onto the pads, and he just whipped that wristily through past De Zorzi at square leg to the boundary in front of the Oaks for yet another boundary to Sean Van Berg. He moves on quite rapidly to 14, and 3 fours in that score already for the number 7 of the the Gbets Rocks, and Patterson will want to try and just bowl that one a little bit more outside the off stump. That's on the line of the stumps, and making Van Berg play, which is exactly what he wants to do. He's doing what his captains ask him to do. Runs are not an issue at all for Six Gun Grill Western Province. It is really the wickets column, and they need 4 more to wrap up what will be a convincing innings win, and a huge haul of bonus points to go with the points for the win, David. This could really kickstart, as you were saying earlier, kickstart the campaign for them after 2 matches. Oh, that's well taken behind. Good delivery, surprise delivery from Dame Patterson, and as expected, Van Berg is not going to leave us die wondering. He's going to be going for his shots, and why not?
Why not, James? This is going to be fun, as we said earlier on. It's been a run fest. Earlier on in the game, where the run rate was over 4.2 at times, most of Six Gun Grill Western Province innings, buying them that time to be able to have enough time to bowl their rocks out twice. And that's better from Patterson.
Yeah.
James, just to give you an update on the Dolphins, the Hollywood Vets Dolphins women's game.
Okay, yeah.
The target has been set at 186. They did bowl them out in the end, 185 for all out.
Right.
Shangazi with 56. Malaba with 47 for the Dolphins, and Nadine de Klerk 2 for 20. Delmi Tucker 1 for 22. Leah Jones 2 for 28. Nazipo Vezi 3 for 30. Robin Apples 1 for 30. That's gone over.
Yes, just over the man at backward point, and they're going to come back for 2. That was a very interesting looking shot from Sean Van Berg. Got big on him, actually. He was looking to cut it perhaps through the offside, got a little bit big on him, and he played that one up into the air and over the infield. And there are runs on offer aplenty if you can get it into the gaps here, and he has been able to do that. So, as David was saying, so chasing 186 for victory?
Chasing 186 for victory in their 50 overs. The run rate won't be a problem. Oh, that's hit him on the a bit of a body blow there. That's again on the hand.
He's hurting. And
those gloves of the Rocks batters have come for a lot of damage.
They have come in for a fair amount of damage, haven't they? The fingers have been peppered by the 6-gun grill Western Province pace attack, and it's going to be the 6-gun grill Western Province spin attack that's going to continue. That's George Linder, and he's bowling from the Kelvin Grove end of the ground. Umpire Sean George, who has now given 2 LBW decisions in the innings, the first and only 2 that have been given in the entire match, as it's Linder in again. That one's nicely bowled and just played out into the covers by Forte. Dizorzi at extra cover does the fielding.
Just going to take you through some cricket
David.
around the country. The Momentum Multiball Titans eventually ended their innings on a massive 648 all out. They bowled the Knights out in their first innings for 243. Gian Clutie top scoring there with 50. Lazard Williams, former Cape Cobras player Lazard Williams, with 4 wickets there for the Titans. Aya Guamani, who's having an excellent season so far, 2 for 28, getting a run in the Red Bull side of things. Junior Dalo, 2 wickets as well. And then Simon Harmer just picking up the 1, and Dayan Khalim picking up another. And the Knights have followed on, and they've got off to a very fast start. The run rate achieved there is 5.52. Wow. Matthew Kleinfeld's unbeaten on 51, also former Cape Town boy. And Jacques Snyman playing this game like a T20, 43 off 39 currently, as they look to stave off defeat there. But they trail by trail by 302 runs.
I was going to say.
So that's a long way to go there for the Knights to try and salvage a draw. It doesn't look likely. And the Titans look like they're on their way to their first win of the season after the rained-out match against the 6-gun grill Western Province last week.
Fast century opening stand there for the Knights, which is good for them, with Reynard van Tonder still to come in.
Yeah, Reynard van Tonder still to come in. And we'll get you the scores from the other games around the country.
As Linda's in towards us from the Kelvin Grove end, and just played out into the leg side. That is Eddie Moore, who is in at mid-wicket. There's a slip, a backward point, a man on the deep cover point boundary, an extra cover, deepish mid-off, deepish mid-on, man at mid-wicket, man under the helmet at short leg, and a man at 45 on the leg side. And it's Linder again, 1 ball left in his 9th over, 1 for 11, and that is very economical from the South African and Western Province left arm spinner. And he took the wicket after lunch of Hlomla Hanabe, who was LBW. He survived a very confident appeal of the ball before for LBW, reverse sweeping. The very next delivery, he was trapped in front, just in front of the off stump, playing half forward to the delivery, and George Linder picked up his first wicket, the first wicket for spin for 6-gun grill Western Province. And David, more scores.
Yeah, so good game developing out in St George's Park. The Dolphins in their first innings scored 285 all out. Andile Pechtakwaya top scoring there with 68. Ethan Bosch with 51, and then the Warriors in their second innings, Diego Rosier, Matthew Bredsko scored 71. Diego Rosier currently unbeaten on 60 not out. Glenton Stearman on 22, and they lead by 141 runs, so effectively 141 for 6. If they can somehow get up to that 250 mark for the Dolphins to chase, that could be very interesting there at St George's Park.
As we have a change of bowling here at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, it's Seppo Mareki. Dead ball called as he just lost his run up on his way in to bowl to Sean von Berg. And Mareki will be looking to take his first wicket of this second innings after he's picked up 358 in the first innings. And a very important wicket in that first innings of Janeman Milan. And Sean von Berg leaning on his bat. And we'll just watch this first delivery, then we'll get the score there. Good delivery, good one first up from Mareki on the line of middle and off stump, and jumps into the defence, does von Berg.
Yeah, I'm just looking at something there, and I saw something on the pitch earlier on today. The footmarks that created by having two left arm seam bowlers.
Yeah.
And obviously Kwesi Gumedi from the rock side of things. Three seam bowlers. The footmarks outside the kind of off stump of the especially from this side here. Might be tempted to bowl the right arm off spinner in Aviu and Gujima just to
maybe
see if there was something in there, if he needed to get away and that's cut away by Van Berg. That's an excellent shot there. He knows that there's a gap there. There's no third man in play, and he picks up a boundary too short for Mareki, and Van Berg moves to 20 very quickly. 20 off just 20 deliveries.
Yeah.
And he is going very nice here for the Rocks.
4 boundaries in that innings so far for him, and that we know is the way that he plays. And so could be in, as you said, David, for some excitement already after lunch. Score has progressed quite rapidly since the loss of the Hanabe wicket, with the score, most of it being done by this man, Sean von Berg. Mareki's away from us now at the Weinberg end. It's good running, as they've now put the field very wide, and we still have the 3 slips and sort of wideish 4th slip. It's man at deep square leg, man on the long leg boundary. Okay, that man at deep square is coming in for Clyde Fontaine, and the man at mid-on 6-3 offside leg side field. Interesting.
Just to take you through another score around the country, as we just watched Seppo Mareki come in here to Clyde Fontaine. Oh, that's wrapped him on the pad, but I think there might have been inside edge there as well.
Bat onto pad initially there.
DP World Lions in their first innings 362 all out, and they bowled the Northwest Dragons out for 169 in their first innings. Bjorn Mulder in that first innings for the Lions scoring a century, and Bjorn Fontaine taking 4 wickets, getting a run in the Red Bull side. Duan Olafia, Luta Supamla taking a couple each, and Magala taking 1 wicket. They didn't enforce the follow on, even though they could. And they are currently, what are they currently here in their second innings? I'll read it to you now.
A little bit of variable bounce shown there. Seppo Mareki getting that one to really hurry through onto Clyde Fontaine. Fontaine on 26. He's been there for quite some time now, and is nearly 80 deliveries that he's faced. He has really been holding out. It's been a good innings from him in the Rocks cause at the other end. Sean von Berg has come in guns blazing.
Yeah, the Lions are 92 for 4 in their second innings. They lead by 285 runs, so I think it was a good call for them not to enforce the follow-on under the circumstances.
Definitely.
A little bit of time to bat still there. I think they'll be looking for 350 quick runs, 400 maybe, with a bit of a session maybe this evening. And they'll be looking to then bowl out the Northwest Dragons for their first win of the campaign, just their first match this season so far.
And Seppo Mareki just going off the field for a little while now after that over, maybe just to get some attention. And onto the field comes the young Sax player, Oliver Whitehead, who is one of the substitute fielders today for 6 Gun Grill Western Province. What an occasion for him.
Yeah,
to
I
come
don't
onto
think
the field.
I don't think he expected to come on. Obviously, club cricket has been played around
Yeah.
Western Province today.
Yeah.
So a lot of the guys, the likes of Gavin Kaplan, John O'Bird, Junaid Darwood, and Jody Lawrence as well, was in the squad.
Oh,
Has that cleared the boundary? Is that going for 6?
Is it? Is it? Yes, it is. The first maximum from the Gbets Rocks, and unsurprisingly, it comes off of the bat of Sean von Berg down to the snake pit, down towards the new building in on the far end of the ground, the northern end of the ground, in front of the Kelvin Grove Club, and that is. The first maximum for the Rocks. And just I'm thinking about what are we going to do? Are we going to change anything up? No, not at this stage. Just the mid-on goes a little bit deeper. Dame Patterson now is standing there beyond the line of pigeons in front of him. And that no run off that one down to Bjorn Hendricks. That deepish mid-off. Sean von Berg playing his shots. He now is the highest scorer in this innings. 27 he has, overtaking his teammate Clyde Fortain defensively forward for the next couple of deliveries. That one very defensively played into the offside. So von Berg is going to be either going to be it's a 6 or nix, isn't it? Not very well said in an Afrikaans accent, but he's going to be going for it as best as he can.
Yeah, I think there's nothing to lose here from von Berg. He knows that they're under the pump. There is 266 runs as a deficit.
Yeah.
There's a long way to go. He knows that the chances of them batting out the next day and a half is very slim.
Yeah.
He's just going to go out there and enjoy himself, play for pride here, and get as many runs to his first-class tally as he possibly can.
Yes, that's absolutely right. He's nearly up at his average of 29 at the moment as it's played out to the man on the deep cover point boundary. That's Nandre Berger, and they're through for only a single. So Fortain faced the last delivery of the George Linder over. Linder, who was on 9 overs, 1 for 12, I think it was. No, 9 overs, 1 for 11 it was. This over has been expensive for the slow left armour. It's into Fortain now. Fortain just plays it forcibly out to the man at deep mid-on, goes through for the single as Bjorn Hendricks does the fielding. And that is the end of the over. 91 for 5. After 46 overs, just now approaching 2 and over, 1 run shy of 2 and over. Tepo Moreki back on the field after perhaps a comfort break, and young Oliver Whitehead goes back to the Western Province dugout just to the right of us here. We are in the South Pavilion at 6 Gun Grill Newlands. Southern end of the ground, the Weinberg end, named after the suburb that stretches out behind us here. And it's going to be Tepo Moreki, the wind at his back, away from us now, past umpire Adrian Holstock to Sean von Berg. Sorry, that's to Clyde Fortain. I'll get it right in the end. And it's played in the gap outside the off stump through that vacant area between fourth slip and a gully, and it is another boundary, and Fortain goes to 31. He says to Sean von Berg, anything you can do, I can do just as well, and he picks up a boundary for his team. 95 for 5 in the 47th over. It's been quite exciting since the luncheon interval. 1 wicket falling in the second or third over after lunch. George Linder's second over. And another shot now played beautifully through the offside by Clyde Fortain, and he just holds the pose there as he plays that one through the covers. That was a really, really good shot. Well, probably the shot of the day so far here from the Gbets Rocks batters. just leaning into the shot, a little bit of foot movement towards the ball, but just leaning in and playing it very nicely through the covers, and the ball just retrieved there. Yasin Valley will give it a bit of a shine, just looking at it, and then back to the bowler, who has been punished with 2 boundaries so far of the first 2 balls. Tsepo Moreki, who we know is not the most economical of bowlers, but he is a strike bowler. Let's see if he can strike. Oh my word, he very nearly does, as that one is off the inside edge, down to the fine leg boundary, and they do get 4 for that, as well as Clyde Fontaine. It is 103 for the Gbets Rocks of 279 balls, 12 fours, 1 6. The 100 coming up in the 47th over. The partnership now between these two, by far the highest of the innings. It is 44, and it's come in absolutely next to no time at all. Scoring rate been accelerated massively since Sean von Berg has come in, and Clyde Fontaine now 3 balls in a row. He's got boundaries, and Tsepo Moreki just quietens him down slightly with this one, wrapping him on the pads, picked up by George Linder at backward point. So let's try and get those numbers for you in terms of how they've done since the luncheon interval. I just want to see if we can get some of those, as I say, get some of those numbers for you. But as it stands at the moment, 103 for the loss of 5. That one is played into the backward point region, and there is once again no run. So it's been very interesting, as I say, in the period since the luncheon interval. A wicket falling, and some runs coming through at a very, very fast rate. Moreki has 1 ball left in his 7th over, and he's continuing to bowl and away from us here at the Weinberg end. He's in to Fontaine now. That's outside the off stump, has a full go at it, but he misses that one, and through to Verena. Better over finishing 3 balls from the Western Province paceman. Takes his cap now from his teammate Yasin Valley, and is going back to his position, which will be here, down here at short of sort of 45 for the off spinner. And it's going to be an interesting contest here. It is Sean von Berg against his fellow spinner George Linder. So the right arm wrist spinner, come all rounder of the Gbets Rocks, against the 6 gun girl Western Province slow left armer George Linder. Linder in now from the Kelvin Grove end. That's played backward at point. Unfortunately, it's missed there. At backward point by, I think it might be, is it Daniel Smith? Just getting up off the floor. It's not, it's Yasin Valley, who is fielding there at backward point. He's moved around a little bit and just couldn't quite stop that one from going through. It has been very much all action since the luncheon interval, and that's played, with a sort of a slap, if we can call it that, from Clyde Fontaine. Goes through to the man at deep mid-off, very quickly through to Buren Hendricks. There is no run. Fontaine has now also taken on the mantle that certainly given to him from von Berg. Beautifully bowled from George Linder, and Fontaine lunging forward, missing that one. Verena taking off the bail, so there is no wicket, either from a caught behind or stumped aspect. And so this over already has been an interesting one. Ball going through the point region, but only the single, so it's only got the 2, and this played down to the man at deep point. point, and that I think is Nandre Berger. Yes, it is on the boundary, and so Fortuin moves into the 40s with that. This partnership only 4 runs away from 50 partnership, and that has come in double quick time. The last wicket falling at 38 overs exactly. We are now halfway through the 48th over, batting these two, this pair now at
Positive play.
positive
James.
play, very positive. They're batting at nearly 5 runs and over. It really has been very positive play.
Ooh.
Van Berg's got hold of that one, and that is going to go to the boundary for 4. It's going to bring up the 50 partnership for the two of them, and that means that with that being the end of the over, does mean that those 50 runs have come off, 60 balls. So exactly 10 overs, as we were saying, and 8 fours, 1 6. Van Berg, 33 of those. Fortuin, 17. And Van Berg batting at better than a runner ball, very much as he did in the first innings. And it's just putting a bit of respectability at the moment to the scorecard. George Linder, his figures looking a lot worse than they did a mere 2 overs ago. Tepo Moreki has also conceded significantly in this spell. The game moving along quite rapidly again. Just one sense of something could happen at any given time, the way that these two are playing. And there's now, it's going to be a change to the field. And got Bjorn Hendricks coming out of the slip cordon. And we've got him coming to a mid-off for the right-hander. So we've got a classic ring field. We've got 3 slips, a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And that is played to the man at backward point. George Linder, very good diving stop to his left on the edge of the square. There is no run from that. It was a good shot, though, from Clive Fortuin.
Yeah, James, we said it looked a little bit dark in KZN in the women's game. 6 Gungrel Western Province up there playing the Hollywood Gbets Dolphins women. It looks like the rain has come during the lunch break there.
That's a pity.
6 Gungrel Western Province women bowling them out for 185, and they set a target of 186 to win. It looks like the rain is there. It still looks just
bouncing in front of
I think it came off his pad anyway there from Moreki.
Good.
But it looks like that rain looks dark and dreary in
it does, doesn't
in Durban.
Yeah, I was going to say the pitch there looks very green.
Yeah, it looks green. The green of So currently there, no action in play at the moment. The women will be hoping to get back onto the field to try and chase down that score and remain unbeaten in the 50-over competition.
They will indeed, otherwise the points will be shared in that match. They will remain potentially unbeaten, but that certainly is not what they would have wanted. They would have wanted a victory as well there in KZN this weekend. And at the moment, the out of the Duckworth Lewis Stern system, the only thing winning are the Ducks, as it is raining in Durban, unfortunately. The vagaries of having cricket across both the western and eastern half of South Africa at this time of the year. Moreki away from us again, and that's beautifully.
I thought he played that right down the ground.
Me too. That hurt though, didn't it? Hit the bottom of the bat, and somehow it really has hurt the hand.
That's a stinger.
Again. Oh, I thought that was coming straight back over the umpire's head for 4.
It really did sound good as well, but it does. He hit that almost his bat into the ground and just pinned up against his hands again.
Wow.
If there's a good hand doctors, Cape Town is there's some surgeons around this area. Yeah,
so they are.
Going to be in business this week with the amount of hand injuries in this match.
Very good, as I know from very recent experience in our family. Very good orthopedic doctors in the near vicinity. Vincent Pelotti Life Vincent Pallotti Hospital, as well as Mediclinic in Stanchberg, two of the independent medical groups here in South Africa. Please note that I don't represent either of them.
James, it's nice to see crowds out here in four-day cricket. They haven't been able to come in. The stadiums are fully open now, ladies and gentlemen. The upcoming One-Day Cup, the 50-over campaign, fully open. Tickets from just 30 Rand at the gate or online at ticketpro.co.za.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
That's guided down to the third-man boundary from Clyde Fontaine. Another boundary to the total as the total moves to 113 for 5 from 49 overs. Clyde Fontaine is nearing a half century. Sean van Berg is batting nicely. 33 not out, and the partnership is 54. This is frustrating for the Western Province side, but they're still in an extremely strong position. One wicket can lead to 2 or 3, and then you're all of a sudden at the end of the match. And that will be looking for that breakthrough now.
And one sense that it could be coming at any time. Players playing their shots. Clyde Fontaine has been there for quite some time. It looks as if he could well be adding to that score of his 44 that he's got. Sean van Berg again could also, one feels he could just hole out at any time, just could play a slightly false stroke, or he could middle it, who knows. He doesn't play a false stroke at all this time. That came sweetly off the bat down to Yasin Valley at backward point, and it is no run. Mgijima at slip, Valley at backward point, Berger on the cover point boundary, Dezorzi at extra cover, and that Hendricks is at mid-off, Patterson at mid-on, as it's just defended to Dezorzi in the covers. We have Eddie Moore, who is just on the edge of the square at mid-wicket, Daniel Smith under the helmet at short leg, and we have Tsepo Mareki in front of us here at 45 on the leg side. George Linder into bowl.
Daniel Smith was almost in business there.
He was, yes. He has to stay down there as a short leg fielder, just in the air a little bit as it went past him, but it was well to his right, so his left. And he could not even think of taking any kind of catch there. It's Linder in again to von Berg. That goes to his right this time, but not in the air, just along the ground. A little bit of chatter out there, and this is a lot more animated than it was just before the luncheon interval.
Yeah, I think for the first time in the match, the Rocks are showing some good fight here, and Captain Yaneman Malan will be happy about that. Obviously a long way to go. But if you're in the losing position, you don't just want to kill over and give away the result. You want to show some fight. Captain wants to see some fight from his team.
Yeah.
And he's seeing some fight here from Sean van Berg and Clyde Fontaine. Good partnership here. Just to frustrate the Western Province bowlers a little bit. But there's good body language out in the field there.
Yeah, very good body language still from the 6 Gangrel Western Province team, as it's Linder again. That's a much better delivery. Bit of bounce outside the off stump, moving away from the right-hander, has a flash at it, doesn't quite manage to get anything on it, and it's the end of the 50th over. 50 gone, 113 for the loss of 5, and where have those 50 overs gone? It seems like just the other minute that we were opening the bowling this morning, Dane Patterson with that incredible opening spell of his this morning when he bowled 5 overs, took 3 wickets for only 2 runs, and what a great spell of quick bowling that was from Dane Patterson. As it's Mareki away from us to Fontaine. That's on the line of middle and leg. Played down to Patterson. The self-same Dane Patterson here in front of us, who's moved on from those 474 first-class wickets, David, to 480 first-class wickets, as you were indicating on 3 in the first innings for 41, 3 for 20 in the second innings. And I'm sure we'll probably see him on again just before perhaps the tea interval. Likely to see Nandre Berger and Bjorn Hendricks maybe from this side, as George. That's very good, but that hurt him again, and he will be black and blue. Will Clyde Fortuin?
Oof.
Oh my goodness, that hurt him again. Oh, hit him on the inside of that leg. You know, there is that padding
part.
there.
Yeah, but there's no
horrible
protection there. You
No.
get a thigh pad,
No.
but there's no inner thigh pads. Most of the players won't play with an inner thigh pad. I see some of them playing with a small kind of protection on the inner thigh pads these days. But that's hit him on the fleshy part of his leg there, just outside the line. Nasty.
Oof.
That'll give him a bit of a bruise come
Will,
Saturday night.
Yeah, it will. He's going to need some TLC, definitely. Perhaps a bit of arnica or something on that. Good delivery from Marek. He's really is coming in at pace here from the Weinberg end. You can see that rhythm in his bowling is good. He's got intent, expecting a wicket with every delivery. Beautiful out there now, David. There is a breeze, there's a bit of cloud in the distance over the northern pavilion. Mareki away from us. That's into the pads of Fortuin. He just plays it to Zorzi at mid-wicket. There is no run. 3 slips, a man at point, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. It's a 6-3 offside leg side field, as it has been for most of the day. The 6 Gun Grill Western Province bowlers have been bowling well to their field in the main, as that's down the leg side, just left alone by Fortuin. There is no run. Mareki just replaying that delivery for himself in his mind. Just knew he was pushing it down the leg side slightly. It wasn't anything too serious. It's a chance for the bowlers as well as the batters to just work on their rhythm, work on that as this game, I'd say, it meanders to what is almost an inevitable result, but is interesting what's happening at the moment. Just played nicely into the offside, and Fortuin will keep the strike at the end of the Mareki over. It is 9 gone for him, 0 for 33, 51 gone, 114 for 5. So we're just going to say goodbye to David for a few minutes. It's actually Drinks coming onto the field as well. So at Drinks, taken halfway through the second session here, after an hour and 5 minutes. Drinks is 114 for 5 after 51. I am going to take, myself and David, I say, are going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you after the drinks. a hearty welcome. I'm about to give you the German herzliche Willkommen. Hearty welcome back to Six Gun Grill Newland. Six Gun Grill, where every meal's best friend, and we are back with you live. George Linder bowling to Clyde Fortain, and Tony DeZorzi diving nicely to his right to prevent any thought of a single, and there is no run. Remains 114 for 5. This partnership worth 55, and it's been off 80 balls. Really has been outstanding stuff from these two batters. Sean von Berg coming in and accelerating the scoring at a rapid rate. And it's played straight by Clyde Fortain to that man, Tony DeZorzi, at extra cover. He takes the catch. George Linder is mobbed by Aviwa Mgajima and the rest of the team. Short wide outside the off stump. Clyde Fortain has, unfortunately for him, just given it away after such a really good innings from Clyde Fortain, and he'll be so upset with himself about that. The 6th wicket falls for the Gbets Rocks, and it is Clyde Fortain gone for 45 off 114 deliveries. He hit 6 fours. He batted for 7 minutes over 3 hours. A really good innings from the glove man from the Gbets Rocks, but he has to make his way back to the pavilion, and he will know in his mind that with that wicket he has probably accelerated the end of this match. As I say, 45 runs he scored, just 5 short of what would have been a well-deserved half century for the young man from the Boland, and that brings Hardus Viljoen to the crease, and the paceman will be joining his fellow bowler Sean von Berg, perhaps the all-rounder von Berg at the crease. Viljoen will also, I think, will not leave us die wondering, and the 2 wickets to have fallen then after the luncheon interval, both going to the left arm spin of George Linder, and he's done exactly what his captain would have asked of him here in taking those 2 wickets. A very good catch by DeZorzi, just played straight at him though. He took it in the midriff, and it's Viljoen immediately off the mark as he plays that one to the man at 45, that's Seppo Moreki, and they go through for a single. Viljoen off the mark straight away. Von Berg on strike, and this could be fun and games as we are 115 now for the loss of 6 wickets. That wicket falling at 114. So a good partnership from the 2 Gbets Rocks men. They scored 55 in that partnership, did Fortain and von Berg, and Linder picking up the wicket with the second ball of his over, and he has 1 ball left to bowl in this over. So those runs coming very quickly for the Rocks off the bat of von Berg and Fortain. At Linder it is who has the final say. Air in the air, very nicely played as well into the leg side, but there is no run, and it will give the paceman Seppo Moreki the opportunity to bowl to Hardus Viljoen. I'm sure he will relish that opportunity. 1 fast bowler to another. There are 59 overs left, designated to be left in the day. The Rocks are essentially 3 wickets short of an innings defeat. 240 is the deficit, and the 6 Gun Grill Western Province will be looking now to wrap this up as quickly as possible. One feels one more wicket will possibly bring the last 2 or 3 to fall. Only Eshel Kluter and Kwesi Gumede to come, and the pace attack combined now with the spin of George Linder has meant that the end of this match has been accelerated. After the drinks break, Clyde Fontaine going out with his score on 45. Huddersfield plays that one into the leg side and across very nicely from that mid-on position is Dane Patterson, picks up, and there is no run. Expecting to hear the bat on ball, like you just heard there from Huddersfield. He is going to hit that ball particularly hard, one feels, as the Rocks look to at least get some more runs knocked off that deficit, but defeat is almost inevitable in this situation. The weather is set fair for the next couple of days. There is going to be a result here at 6 Gungrill Newlands, Yassine Valley. Fielding that one in the covers, but not before Huddersfield takes his second run, doubles his score, and brings Sean von Berg to face Tsepo Mareki. We're going to see some fireworks, I'm sure, in the rest of this over. So from a women's cricket point of view, you would have heard earlier on the match in... that is played at by von Berg, and he gets the bat on it, and it goes over his head, over the wicketkeeper's head, down very fine to the fine leg boundary. He picks up another 4, does Sean von Berg. That, I think, is could well be his 7th or 8th boundary, and he moves on to 37 with that shot off only 39 deliveries, and it is Mareki who's going to continue the attack. He has been expensive. He hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. He'll want one. He's not going to get one. That delivery from Berg just pushing it out into the offside, and Linder does the fielding, coming around from point. Linder, who's been successful twice in his spell post-lunch. He's bowled unchanged from the Kelvin Grove end. Tsepo Mareki here from the Weinberg end. And he's Yassine Valley. I'm not sure quite what's happening on the field. The guys chatting to each other. Not quite knowing where perhaps they want him to stand from a point of view, a fielding point of view. He's currently at mid-on. He's going to stay there. Mid-off, sorry. He's going to stay at the moment, just shortish mid-off. It's Mareki into Falyun. That's a short delivery. Just sways out of the way. As you see there, good technique from the big man. It's 1 for the over, says umpire Adrian Holstock. And he will be thinking that his 100th first-class match as an umpire will potentially soon be coming to an end, a lot depending very much on how long it takes 6 Gungrill Western Province to get these last 3 wickets. Just a reminder that Ismail Khafieldin will not be batting in this innings because of a fractured finger that he obtained in the first innings facing up to Buren Hendricks, and the end of the over from Tsepo Mareki, and it is 121 for the loss of 6 after 53 overs. Von Berg 38. Falyun 2 partnership is 7. Just to run through the bowling figures. For you, Berger has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 18. Hendricks 9 overs, 0 for 17. Patterson, the pick of the bowlers, is 13 overs, 3 for 20. Mareki 10 overs, 0 for 39. Linder, who is going to continue, 13 overs, 2 for 26. And from a batting point of view, the story not so good for the Gbets Rocks. Stean van Zyl out last night for 6. This morning, the men to go were Imran Manak for 6, followed soon along by Yaneman Milan without scoring, Michael Copeland for 2. It was then Hlomla Hanabe for 21, and then Clyde Fortuin in the last George Linder over for 45. Sean von Berg, who was the second highest score in the first innings, approaching his score from the first innings of 39. He's on strike at the moment against George Linder. Comes down the wicket, just plays it over the top of Eddie Moore at mid-wicket, and probably about a metre lower. That would have been into his hands, but a metre is quite a long way in cricket. In fact, a miss is probably as good as a mile, and it goes down to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Von Berg goes into the 40s. He is eyeing yet another half-century to go with his 9 50s that he scored in Division 1 first-class cricket, but his first-class career record is that he scored 40. Those aren't his figures. 23 first-class 50s that he scored. This could be his 24th first-class 50, and he has so far scored 4,478 runs. He's gone beyond 4,500 runs in this match, and so he will be eyeing the next milestone for himself in his career, probably a 5,000 run mark. It's Linder into him, just plays it down to the man at mid-off. That is Bjorn Hendricks. There is no run. 2 balls left in the George Linder over, 13.4 overs, 2 for 30. He will be happy with those 2 wickets that he's got, the only 2 to fall in the post-lunch period. Went to lunch at 59 for the loss of 4. And soon after lunch, it was Hlomla Hanabe who was out with his score on 21. And followed then by that man, Clyde Fortuin, not out not too long ago. Caught Dazorzi bowled Linder, and that with the score on 114. Yeah, just quietly played by Von Berg, and Hardisvillian will face the next delivery, which will be coming from the Weinberg end, and it is going to be, one believes, Bjorn Hendricks. So there's going to be a change of bowling here at the Weinberg end. Hendricks given a chance to pick up his first wicket of the innings, potentially. He has bowled very well again in this particular innings, 9 overs, 0 for 17, and he's walking towards us now to take up his mark, and he'll be bowling over the wicket to the right-handed Hardisvillian, and he's just marking out that run up again, just practicing it as he goes through, just making sure that he's got everything in place. Sepom Reki comes to the end of his spell. He has bowled now 10 overs, 0 for 39. And at the other end, it is George Linder, who's been operating exclusively from the Kelvin Grove end from just before the luncheon interval until now. We have got, should I say, 50 minutes, 48 minutes to the tea interval. Question is whether or not, in fact, this match will be wrapped up by tea time. Bjorn Hendricks is certainly going to try and do that. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 17. He's away from us now. 3 slips and a gully. 4 slips, should I say. 3 slips and a 4th slip. He is looking menacing, as he has been for most of this match. An outstanding opening spell in the first innings, matched, I would think, only by Dane Patterson's efforts this morning, and it is the 6-gun Grill Western Province paceman Hendricks, ball in hand, tossing it from left hand to right hand, settles in to his left hand now. He's away from us, past Adrian Holstock, in to Viljoen. Viljoen plays it back past the bowler in the air. As just the oohs and the ahs again from the Western Province team, as that might easily have gone to hand. Over 200 runs behind are the Gbets Rocks, 230 to be precise, as Björn Hendricks in the sunshine at 6 Gun Grill Newlands, about to turn and run away from us. Oh my goodness, that very close to that off stump, as he cuts it into the ground and goes over the head of Kai Verena, practicing his jump dive. You wouldn't have seen that off screen, and it is a boundary to Hardus Viljoen. He goes to 6 with that shot, and not a classic boundary by any means. But if you're in the Gbets Rocks camp, anything that brings that deficit down, brings the margin of victory for 6 Gun Grill Western Province down, will be something that you will be happy about. Hardus Viljoen, who has got a top score in first-class cricket of 132. That's his only 100, scored for the Titans versus the Cobras. And guess where that was scored? Yes, you have guessed it. It was done here at Newlands. So he does know this ground well, and he will be looking, if he can, to emulate that today. If he does, then it could mean that this match may well go into the 4th day. One feels the chances of that, though, on this pitch are unlikely. This attack has looked very menacing all the time. 4-man, 4-pronged, should I say, pace attack. One of those. Björn Hendricks away from us now. Oh, it's hello again, Mr. Viljoen type of delivery. And it is just left alone by the Gbets Rocks paceman. Hardus Viljoen, who carried the attack so well for the Gbets Rocks on that very difficult first day and into the second morning of this test match. And he had really just very little support. The youngsters, Ashok Kluter and Kwezu Gumede, trying their hardest, but very difficult against what proved to be a very, very effective batting lineup from the 6 Gun Grill Western Province team, as De Zorzi picks that one up, but not before Viljoen has taken the single. He'll be facing George Linder, will be from the Kelvin Grove end, and the scores moved to 130 for 6 after 55 overs. Run rate has accelerated quite significantly since Sean von Berg has come to the crease. He's on 42 off 46. Hardus Viljoen 7 off 11. And it is going to be Viljoen who's going to be facing the left arm spin of George Linder. Linder into the wind, up the hill and into the wind past umpire Sean George. He's gone for that. It's in the air, is it? Yeah, lands safely in no man's land in front of the North Pavilion, between Nandre Berger and that hit Hardus Viljoen, I think, on the back of the head as he was running back to his marker on the shoulder. Ball just came in as he was running in, and that's nasty. Went for the second run, wasn't expecting it, and he turned his back on the ball, was not looking at the ball. That's not very clever from the paceman of the Gbets Rocks. Hit him on his back, actually, sort of in the middle of his back. He's signalling there. He's fine. The 12th man and physio started to run out onto the field. But he is saying, look, I'm okay. Says Hardus I'm a tough guy. He certainly is. A incredibly fit young man. Has also been around for quite a while. Played cricket, Test cricket for South Africa. Just the one Test match that he did play for South Africa. Has been plying his trade in the UK and in a number of the T20 leagues around the world. Can hit that ball really hard. Doesn't do so on this occasion. Just plays it out into the offside. Dazorzi comes across from extra cover and does the fielding. There's no run. Left arm George Linder. 2 balls gone in his over is in to Viljoen. Viljoen has played that one. That's a massive shot into the white sheeting. That is the score, the sight screen, and that is the second 6 of the innings, both being scored off George Linder. The first by Sean von Berg, second one as straight as a die from Hardus Viljoen. It just sounded wonderful as it came off his bat. Used his feet down the wicket, slammed George Linder back over his head for 6, and not something that any spin bowler likes. And Linder now just resetting himself, Viljoen resetting himself. I'm going to expect this one to be a bit faster from Linder. Maybe fast with a bit of fast turn outside the off stump, and it is indeed, and just played down to Valley at backward point. So didn't want to risk getting hit again by tossing it up, but I don't think that's going to discourage George Linder. I think he's going to be tossing it up again, tempting Hardus Viljoen maybe to come down the track, perhaps seeing if he isn't premeditating that shot a bit. And that one is faster again, played down to the man at longish, or deepish mid-off. And there is a single. That is some good batting there from Hardus Viljoen. A huge 6 as David returns. Perhaps you might have missed that. David?
I saw the 6 there.
You saw the 6, okay.
Hardus,
Very good from Hardus. Yes, he hit that really well.
But I didn't see the wicket. I stepped up for 2 minutes and no wicket. Maybe I should get up again in a couple of minutes' time from a Western Province point of view. But James, it's lovely to see some kids playing on the Oaks grass embankment here.
Great,
this is what it's about on a Saturday afternoon at a sunny 6gun Grill Newlands, just to see a nice crowd that's come all 3 days, to be fair. I mean, Thursday and Friday. Sometimes it's good that the games are on the weekend this season, most of them. So days 3 and day 4 doesn't look like we're going to go to a day 4.
No, I don't think so.
But good to see some people come out on the Saturday with their cooler boxes, Oaks grass embankment, nothing better.
No, it's just lovely to see it. You know, kids playing. The tennis balls out there, and some youngsters just running around. That's what you really want to see. Hopefully developing a love for this game. I mean, it really is here, this commentary that's brought to you by on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel, as Hendricks is away from us now to Von Berg. Oof. Oh my goodness, he had another one that hits the inside edge. I think it hits the hand maybe again. He's his elbow, hit the elbow this time. He is holding his elbow. It's lovely to see these children out there, and we hope, as I say, they develop the love for the game, and that's very much what we're wanting to do here with these YouTube broadcasts coming out on the CSA YouTube channel, just to be able to get cricket being brought back to the people here, and to get people to come back to the cricket. It really is good to see some people in here at the ground. Oh my goodness, that's a Mo, isn't it? You got that?
Not a Mo Valley. Not a Mo Valley. That was a proper Mo in the batting sense. You're in Hendricks. Come on, I think he deserves 1 wicket at least this innings. He has put in
at least
a
one wicket,
good shift, and he deserves 1 wicket. I'm just looking at the the Hollywood Gbets Dolphins versus Six Gun Girl
Covers
Western
off,
Province
are they,
women
or-
game. Looks like the covers are off, and it looks like an adjusted target of 157
Okay.
in 35 overs.
Wow, my goodness.
That doesn't seem like,
Yeah.
you know,
it's tough, isn't
185
it?
from 50 overs. It doesn't look like much has been taken off, but yet 15 overs have been taken off there.
taken off
Interesting
30 runs.
Interesting one there. That's going to be a tough one for
Yeah, it might be.
Six Gun Girl. Still just under five. It's under five and over.
But
But,
it was well under 4, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So just under 5 for a reduced number of overs. We reduced to 7 overs per bowler. If it's going to be 35 overs, maximum of 7 overs per bowler. I think it's 20 overs constitutes a game in 50 over cricket, if it's the similar rules to the ones that I'm aware of, and so that could be it could be interesting. Certainly Six Gun Grill, the Western Province women, have the batters to get that target. Good delivery, nicely played by von Berg, and these two certainly, when they hit the ball, they hit it hard, don't they? They're not playing with the ball.
No, definitely not. But that does come with chances,
Does, yes.
and you have to be ready and waiting to snap up those chances. James, it's 25 past 2 here,
Yeah, we
South
might,
African time.
yeah.
If you are watching around the world, 35 minutes to the tea break. This morning we didn't think we'd really get to the tea break.
No, not
But
the
there's
way
a
it
very
was
good
going,
possibility
did we?
that
Yeah.
we will get some coffee
Yeah.
out of the day.
We may well get some coffee out of the day here, and it's going to be interesting to see. Hendricks away from us. He may have something to say about that. That's through von Berg again. My goodness. How he hasn't got a wicket, one just doesn't know. Von Berg in this over.
Cricket is a funny
Yeah,
game,
it is a
James.
funny
There's 3
game,
wickets
isn't
to
it?
go, and he could get a hat trick.
He could.
That's
yeah,
how
he
cricket
could.
messes with your mind
He could, yeah.
as a bowler. But he's just sticking to his guns. He knows that he's bowled extremely well this entire match, not only in this innings, unrewarded from a wicket point of view, but
Yeah.
he's done a job for his captain. He's put everything in to this effort.
Yeah, and the pace unit of Six Gun Grill Western Province has really delivered for their captain here. And von Berg chooses discretion there as the better part of valour, leaving that one alone outside the off stump, which he hasn't done very often, it must be said. He likes to get bat onto ball, and that's taken into 43 at next to no time, virtually a run a ball for the Gbets Rocks all-rounder. We can call him an all-rounder at the moment.
Very much so.
I say a bowling all-rounder, probably more than a batting all-rounder, but I'm not sure what his first-class bowling average is. Batting average just over 29 now. Batting average
Batting average is 28.
28.
and
Bowling average is 29.94. So yeah, he would be close to calling himself a batting all-rounder.
Decent number 7 or 8 batsman.
Yeah, he is
A
definitely.
huge asset to any side. If your number 7 or 8 can score you centuries, I think that's a massive plus for any team. As Nandre Berger
Yeah,
looks to come on, he's bowled 8 overs just for 18 runs and it's taken 1 wicket. Only conceded the 2 boundaries in that 18 runs, and a bit of a change of ends for Nandre Berger as well. Early on in the morning, he came steaming in from the Wynberg end, and he now comes in from the Kelvin Grove end.
Into the wind and towards us, and that's a good delivery and played to the man at mid-wicket, Yassine Valley, by Hardis Viljoen, going at it with hard hands. Yet again, we have 4 slips. We have a man at a backward point, and nobody in the covers other than that. We have a man at mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. It's pretty much been the field that we've been describing virtually all day. In fact, all innings so far, and in the first innings, Viljoen facing up to Berger. Good delivery played to De Zorzi, who was the man who took that catch to get Clyde Fortain on his disconsolate way back to the pavilion. I did say Rebbe rather unkindly at the time that he'd given it away, but you did sort of feel that he did. It was short outside, wide outside the off stump from George Blender, turning away. He just lost his balance a little bit, Clyde Fontaine. Front leg moving a bit away to the leg side as he played the shot in the air into the midriff of Tony de Zorzi, as that's well fielded by Nandre Berger on his follow through, and de Zorzi taking a regulation catch, it must be said, at extra cover. You still have to take them though.
You still got to take them, and he has been in that position for most of this innings.
Yeah.
And finally, one does come to him.
Yeah.
And he was there. He took the catch, and he broke that partnership. Clyde Fontaine being removed, and sometimes that a lot of the times you get wickets with the bad deliveries. That's just on the hip of Huddersfield.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do get that surprise factor does come into play, and George Linder really happy for him on a personal level.
Yeah.
Needed those 2 wickets from a confidence point of view.
He did.
Contributed with the bat, but ultimately his job is to take wickets with the ball.
And he did take 2 very important wickets, one feels. 2 batters who had been set for quite some time. Hanabe straight after the lunch interval, and then Fontaine, who'd proven to be very dogged in his resistance. Batted for 187 minutes, David. So just 7 minutes over 3 hours resisting this attack. Big role he played in just extending the match.
Yeah, and I think that it does look like the Rocks are going to fall to defeat at some point within the next day and a half.
Yes.
But they are, any team, any coach, the coach JP Duminy will be looking for some positivity from his middle order batters, and they have provided that.
They have indeed, and
thought there was a single in there for
definitely, but Sean van Berg
was not having any of it.
Not the one to take a quick single, no, necessarily. But he'll be facing again, and it will be Hendricks to continue from the Kelvin Grove end, as we see Michlali Mpongwana.
Twinkle toes Michlali Mpongwana coming onto the field there.
It did look
did look a little bit
short steps were there. That was very funny actually. He's walking back in a more conventional manner now than he was as he came on.
Michlali Mpongwana, he's been compared to Jason Holder, his favourite cricketer as well.
Yeah.
A big, tall, lanky, medium
fast
fast bowler,
isn't he, though?
and really coming to his owners from a batter's point of view as well. Did well last season in the 50 over comp.
Yeah.
We saw that beautiful innings that he played towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
And he did well in the...
good delivery again from Hendricks, and umpire just looking at his follow through there, Adrian Holdstock, and nothing to report. Yes, sorry, David, you were saying.
Yeah, so he got a 70 odd in the previous 4-day game as well. Michlali Mpongwana becoming a genuine all-rounder. 22 years old. He's strongly built. He's obviously still developing as a young man from a body shape and a makeup point of view. And he's got a lot to give this game. Still, he's learning his game. Yeah. He's building his strength, and he's going to be a huge asset to Western Province for many years to come.
Yeah, it does look like the genuine all-rounder, doesn't he, David? I mean, his batting, I was really impressed with him when I saw him towards the end of last season. How he was just very confident in terms of the batting. Last week, as you say, a very, very important 77.
Yeah.
Batting with his captain, Kyle Verreynne.
Yeah, very much so. And that's what that number 7, and we've got Wayne Parnell here as Western Province, who would normally come in that number 6 or 7 position, but mostly obviously in white ball cricket. But if you can, just like Sean van Berg, if you can provide 50s and convert those into centuries, you're going to give your side a massive plus.
It's around the wicket now for
again a body blow to Sean van Berg from Buren Hendricks.
Henry's been bowling well in this comeback spell, David. It kept them quiet, actually. It's Van Berg nowhere near as aggressive as he was, not getting the runs anyway, and he really tightened it up from this side. One can, I think, expect something to happen pretty soon.
Yeah, very much. And I think the key here for Six Gun Grill Western Province is that just remain patient.
Yeah.
Whether you get the victory on the after tea on day 3 or at 4:45 on day 4, you still get the same amount of points for the victory. You still get your 16 points.
Yeah.
So it's just about staying calm. Catch him.
Oh,
that's just wide of Tsepo Moreki at mid off, and Van Berg will pick up a couple. But I think they must just stay focused, just stay in the game. The victory is all that matters here. It should come, but it doesn't matter whether it comes in the next 3 balls or whether it comes 3 balls before the end of play on day 4. All that matters is that you secure the victory, which they look in all likelihood to do.
That's right. 3 wickets to get of this Gbets Rocks lineup, and one of these 4 pace bowlers and left arm spin bowler in George Linder is certainly going to make the breakthrough for Six Gun Grill Western Province. Oh my goodness.
Inside of the bat of Sean van Berg there. As we look at the Dolphins women game, and they look like they're back on.
Oh, good.
And the chase will now start. They need to put a little bit of a brightener on the camera there, James.
I think so, yes.
Out in Durban there, looks a bit dark there.
Yeah.
But hopefully the rain stays away there, and that there's a good chase. We want to see cricket being played.
Yeah, definitely.
We don't want to see the rain being affected, especially when it's a top of the table clash. And it looks like...
But let you stop with the wide.
It looks like the eyes there already signalling that maybe there's something blocking from a side screen point of view.
So she pulled out, did she? Of the first delivery, anyway. It is.
Does look like Andre Steyn opening the
dot ball there. It is
opening the innings with Robin Apples. I think is opening the innings for Western Province.
It's interesting. And they're going to be looking, I would think, to Andre Steyn, and Faye Tunnicliffe's been in outstanding form with the bat and batting quite quickly.
Yeah, she has been. She was the T20 player last season for Western Province. Seen her for the first couple of games here at Six Gun Grill Newlands, and she is looking in fantastic nick. Yes. Just the shots that she played were very kind of Laura Wolfart-esque.
Okay, good.
She's come on leaps and bounds. She's obviously a fitness fanatic.
Yeah.
She looks after herself, and she knows that the standards to get to that international level and stay there, and have a career, she's well on track for that.
And that's where she would want to be. I mean, having already had a taste of 50 over World Cup cricket in the tournament 5 years ago, where she actually kept wicket for South Africa, in my understanding, in that tournament. She then was a little bit in the wilderness, very young when she made her debut for South Africa, and no doubt still a career ahead of her for the young lady from Six Gun Grill Western Province. And very much a large provider of talent for the national team, from this area. So it's Berger in again, fully off the inside half of the bat. And oh my goodness, if that had hit from Valley, it would have been gone. I think absolutely no question about that.
Hardisviljoen was running at Nandre Berger. They almost took him out.
Yeah.
He's a big unit, Hardisviljoen. That's not somebody you want to be colliding with in the middle of the field, in the middle of the pitch. And then Mo Valley went for the shot at the stumps and almost ran him out there. That would have been interesting to see if the umpires would have given him out, and if Western Province would have appealed there. But I'm sure it would have been given out.
I'm sure it would, yes. I mean, it didn't look like there was any intentional blocking from the bowler.
It didn't indeed.
So it sometimes does happen like that. Anyway, Berger in, bowling well from the Kelvin Grove end now. First time in this innings we've seen him from the Kelvin Grove end. And he's looking still like he's just really coming in with purpose, as have all the Six Gun Grill Western Province bowlers, to be fair. To them, they have bowled well as a unit, never taken the pressure off when it really matters, and they'll just want to really wrap this up as quickly as possible now. It's Berger in again.
Catch him.
No.
And that George Linder chases that one back at backward point, and just a couple of runs there, almost a catching chance there.
Yeah. And they are going to come, aren't they? There will be chances. Von Berg moves to 47 with that 2 into the covers. Partnership's 31. It'll be his 24th first class 50 for Sean von Berg if he does get there. Watching David's finger moving across the stats page we have in front of us.
Yeah, I'm looking at the likes of Stian van Zyl, and there's some serious amount of stats there. And Peter Malan has scored over 12.
Oh, he got him! He has got him. He's not going to get the 50 today, and that is the wicket they were looking for. It is angling into the right-hander and just keeps the line. A brilliant catch by Kyle Verena behind, and he just gets the edge, and that is Sean von Berg gone, and the wicket that Six Gun Grill Western Province were looking for, and it is they've taken that now. As we just going to watch that a bit on our side. We're going to look at the monitor again. A great delivery from young Nandre Berger, and the 7th wicket falls. That is Sean van Berg, 47 of 62 balls, and that is the 7th wicket down.
That's the 7th wicket down, James. Nandre Berger deserved that one. That was beautiful from him. We've seen him bowl from the Kelvin Grove end now in the second session, and he's done the job for his captain there, getting the dangerous Sean van Berg out. He just misses out. I know what would have been a deserved half-century. I think he played well. He brought some excitement to the Paul Rocks innings here, and he deserved that as Aishel Klutty comes in at number 9. Again, just a reminder that there will only be 10 batsmen for Paul Rocks. Ismail Khafieldin has fractured his finger, and he won't be able to bat. It would be interesting to see if they were still batting at 5 o'clock tomorrow evening.
Yeah, they may well.
If Khafi would come into bat, but it doesn't look like he's going to come into bat. And Nandre Berger, Aishel Klutty, not much to write home about in terms of runs as yet. He's only played the 4 first-class matches, highest score of 9. Strike rate is at 700.
Well, I think that might.
I don't think we can read too much into that.
Slight
average of
mistake,
7.
yes.
Yeah. According to the scoreboard, it says a strike rate of 700. Maybe that was 7 off one no ball or something like that. As Nandre Berger comes in looking for
my goodness, and he very nearly got the wicket of Aishel Klutty with that delivery. It just having a waft at a one outside the off stump, and there is no run. So that wicket falling at 145 for 7 it is now after 60 overs, and looking all the more likely that Six Gun Grill Western Province will call for the tea interval to be extended.
Yeah, that's right. We are in the territory now. They can call for the tea time to be extended if there are 8 wickets down.
That's right. Yeah. But in this case, they would. It is 8 wickets down. We still have got 20 minutes to go before the tea interval, as it's Björn Hendricks away from us now to Verleun, and that is a really good delivery again between bat and pad. Verleun trying to hit that one out the ground, and
I think Björn Hendricks
Björn
Hendricks contemplating his Red Bull career here, going, why am I playing this game? This game is too cruel.
It is cruel,
but you never know. An in-swinging Yorker maybe just gets him back in his own good books. I think Nandre Berger, he's toiled away. He got the wicket last night. He's had to wait a long time today to get that second wicket. But both that wicket last night, he did the business to remove Stian van Zyl. Yeah. Maybe how it would have looked a lot different if Stian van Zyl was batting.
Ow!
He's got him. I think
he might have him. I think that's out. It actually came off the non-striker and hits the wickets at the bowler's end. Aishel Klutty really hurt in that. I mean, he turned his back on the ball. That's something you should never do, is not be looking where the ball is. It came off him onto the stumps, and there was an appeal by the Six Gun Grill Western Province players for a run out.
It can only be run out if it hits the hand or the leg or any
Yeah.
form of part of the body of the bowler, or
Which it didn't do.
Which it didn't do.
That would not be a run out because it didn't hit the,
He was out of his crease, James.
He was, yes.
But this is a funny...
Oh, you got him! He's got him
Hendricks.
now! He's finally got the wicket. Huddersfield will be furious with himself. He left that one alone with his bat in the air, and it just goes straight to that man at fourth slip. That's Daniel Smith, is it, that takes the catch? I didn't see who it was.
I think it might have been George Linder even.
Maybe it was George Linder who'd been brought in to that position there. And so the 8th wicket goes down. Huddersfield was leaving that alone, wasn't he?
Yeah, Bjorn Hendricks, come on, James. Let's give him that wicket. He deserves that wicket.
Well done, Bjorn. Yeah, he does deserve it,
You
yes.
do deserve that wicket.
Yeah.
And I think you bowled extremely well. You finally get some reward. And it's your fellow fast bowler, Huddersfield, and he departs for 17. And the last rights are being written, James.
They are indeed. I think
Six Gun Grill, Western Province need one more wicket here to secure an innings victory. The deficit is sitting at 210. So if they get it now, it's going to be a massive season boost for this Western Province side here as Kwesi Gumede. And I saw Kwesi Gumede in the parking lot earlier on.
Oh, yeah?
And he said to me that it's his time now to score his first century. I said, best of luck, young man. See what you can do out there.
Well,
but it's going to be tough.
It is, yes.
I think I'll owe him a lunch if he does score a century here. And James, 145. I don't think we're going to get that cappuccino at the tea break. We'll have to go and find a cappuccino at Seattle ourselves after the game. I'm going to head down soon to go and do some media duties.
Absolutely
with
fine.
The players themselves and wish them congratulations. Hopefully, from a Western Province point of view, as the Rocks are staring a massive defeat in the face here.
Has been now of late a bit of a landslide in terms of the Rocks with the wicket, both those wickets falling at 145. And I think as we were talking not long before those wickets did fall, that it was just going to be a matter of time. And Sean von Berg, after a very good 47, top scoring for his team with that 47. Clyde Fontaine that got the 45, but we are, I think you're right, I think it was George Linder who took the catch. Don't have clarity on that, but we will get that clarity for you. Perhaps the score may well be coming through. We'll just check on from the scorers, and that was not put onto the scoreboard, otherwise we would have been able to bring that to you. And is Linda actually at fourth slip there now?
Like
yes,
took the catch.
Definitely. Daniel Smith is at third slip, but Hendricks in to Gumede, and he just defends down the pitch. And so in pursuit of that 100 that he's looking for, he's managed to defend that first delivery back down the pitch. One has to love cricketers, don't you, David? I mean, it's just... it's just wonderful to have. We're not making fun or casting aspersions on anybody at all. It's just the confidence of youth coming through, and the fact that you really love to be out there. And I think if you go out there and you're holding a bat in your hand, you're at the crease, you do not want to go out. You just want to stay there.
Well, the reality is that they put the hard yards in the nets. The bowlers always have to call on the coaches for last.
Yeah.
They're always at the end of the practice, and the coaches' arms are tired. This is the time where it comes to fruition, where they justify those extras. Yeah. And I'm just looking at the Gbets, the last wicket. It was indeed George Linder who took the catch there at fourth slip. Confirmation of that, and it looks like Kwesi Gumede is looking to extend this as long as he can.
Yeah, which is the right thing to do.
Very much so. He hasn't had much experience out in the middle. This is your chance, young man. But he's got Bjorn Hendricks coming in at him, and
he's pinned him. He's got him. He has got him, and that did look to me and David Brooke here. As I say goodbye to David, he's going to do his media duties. So I'm going to end it off for you here And that is the match for the Six Gun Grill Western Province. Handshakes all round as it is Björn Hendricks who wraps it all up for Six Gun Grill Western Province. They have taken the last wicket. Kwesi Gumede goes out for, without scoring, 3 balls he faced, 3 minutes. It ends up being 2 for 24 from Björn Hendricks, go along with the 3 for 20 from Dane Patterson, 2 for 21 from Nandre Berger, 2 for 40 from George Linder. Tsepo Moreki, who took 3 in the first innings, is wicketless in the second. We'll run through the full scorecard for you just now, but it is the end of the match, and Six Gun Grill Western Province win the match by an innings and 210 runs, a massive score of 557 in the first innings. 202 was the reply from the Gbets Rocks, and they have been dismissed for 145 right at the end of the 61st over here in their second innings. That does mean it's very nicely rounded off for a commentator, and it is an innings and a 210 runs win as the players, you can't see them in front of us, come through and congratulate each other on a really good win for Six Gun Grill Western Province, led off by Captain Carl Verena, who's 201 not out in the first innings, together with Tony Dozoli's 163, Eddie Moore's 71, George Linder's 70 not out, led the line very much for Six Gun Grill Western Province as they amassed a total of 557 for loss of 5 declared, and the Rocks in their first innings led ably by Stian van Zyl 62, 39 from Sean von Berg, managed only 202 in reply. Unfortunately for young Ismail Khafildin, breaking a finger as he was facing Björn Hendricks. Not much more to report from their first innings, and are being asked to follow on just before the close of play yesterday. It was Stian van Zyl who was the first to go for them, who was out with the score on 7, and he was out for 6 last night, caught by Mgijima, bowled by Nandre Berger, and today it has been all a Western Province, as it is the bowling attack led the line there, led so well by Dane Patterson. Patterson this morning in his opening spell getting 3 for 2 in that opening spell of 5 overs, setting up this victory for the Western Province team as they managed to bowl out the 6 Gbets Rocks for a total of 145. Running through the scorecard in detail for you, it was indeed first man to go Stian van Zyl, caught Mgijima, bowled Berger last night for 6 off 6 balls with 1-4. This morning, Imran Manak, who'd been promoted up the order, he was the last man to be out on the previous day, was still at the crease at the end of the Rocks' first innings. He came back in to replace Ismail Khafildin opening the batting. He was the first to go off the 4th ball of the morning this morning. LBW to Patterson for 6, faced 25 deliveries, did his job as a night watchman last night. It was 12 for 2 at that stage. Then Yanuman Malan, a big wicket, caught by Eddie Moore at second slip off Patterson in the very next over, Patterson's next over, and that was without scoring 12 for 3. It was 19 for 4 when Michael Copeland edged Patterson to Daniel Smith at fourth slip. Another good catch diving forward off the edge of Copeland's bat. That was 19 for 4. We then saw a really good rearguard action from Flomla Hanabe and Clyde Fortuyn, a partnership of 40, which took the team, Gbets Rocks, to lunch at 59 for the loss of 4. Not long after lunch, though, in fact, in the first over after lunch, it was Flomla Hanabe who was LBW to George Linder for his score on 21. He survived a very confident peel the ball before, where he was on the reverse sweep. The next delivery he got was a little bit straighter, a little bit faster. Caught him on the front pad, judged LBW by umpire Sean George. He scored 21 of 85 balls, was there for just 7 minutes, short of 2 hours. A good innings by the youngster from the Gbets Rocks. He would have learnt a lot out of that innings. Linder getting his first wicket of the match. And then another very good partnership, this time between, it was Fortuyn and Sean von Berg. That partnership being 55 that they scored for the 6th wicket. And it was then Fortuyn who played the ball forcibly into Tony DeZorzi at extra cover off George Linder. One just sat up outside the off stump and perhaps just a little bit too anxious as he played it very hard, that man, at extra cover. He made a very good 45 off 114 balls, 188 minutes with 6 fours. It was a very good innings from the man from Paarl, and he would also learn something in that innings, hoping to really cement his place in that middle order as a wicket-keeper batter. Next man to go then, Sean von Berg, who was caught by Verena brilliantly diving to his right off Andre Berger for 47 of 60 deliveries. He was there for just 95 minutes, 7 fours and 1 mighty 6 off George Linder. He certainly provided entertainment in this match. The highest score in the second innings and second highest score in the first innings for the Gbets Rocks. But once von Berg was gone, it soon then, unfortunately for the Rocks, fell apart in terms of their innings, and Houders Viljoen in the following over from Björn Hendricks, then edging one to George Linder at fourth slip. He really was not really edging, it was off the face of the bat. He wanted to leave it alone, just surprised perhaps by the delivery from Hendricks. Hendricks then getting just reward with that wicket. It was Houders Viljoen gone for 17 of 29, 1-4, and another, this time even bigger 6, straight 6 off George Linder. And the final wicket then going to, in the same over, to Hendricks, who had Kwesi Gumede LBW without scoring. He faced just 3 balls and wrapped up the innings with Gefilden not coming in to bat. 145 all out. 6 Gun Grill Western Province win this match just a few minutes short of the tea interval on day 3. And it really was a professional display from the team from Cape Town. The bowling unit backing up the batting outfit here as they scored a massive 557 for 5, and then taking the, in fact, 18 wickets in this instance, but 20 wickets as it would be normally to bowl out the Gbets Rocks in both innings without them getting anywhere near that score of 557. And so a comprehensive victory which provides significant log points for the Gbets, for the 6 Gun Grill Western Province. and they will move to, at the moment at least, the top of the log with those points. And we wait to see what happens in the other games, but seems unlikely that the Warriors are going to repeat their victory, as they were struggling against the Dolphins and in Gbets. But that game yet to be concluded, and anything can happen, as we see some children running around on the field out here at Newlands. Lovely to see some of the crowds in, and we will be back with you for the next game here, which is on the 24th of November. That match starting next week, Thursday, 24th of November at 10 o'clock. It is the Six Gun Grill Western Province against the iTech Knights. And so from me, James King, the Cape Fox, from the team here at Newlands, the guys here at Western Province Cricket Association, David Brooke, who's been my co-commentator for most of this time, who's down on the field, and the team from Pitch Vision, who's been supporting us. Thank you very much for listening to us, and we hope that you've enjoyed our coverage. If you have, please comment, please tweet us on at WP_Blitz. We will be posting quite a few tweets from this match, some photographs and other media coming through to you. So please have a look on there, and join us again on YouTube on Thursday at 10 o'clock. From me, James, it's goodbye until then.